Okay, I'm going to call this City Council regular meeting of May 12th, 2026 to order. I want to welcome everyone here and those of you who are joining us online. If you would, please join us by standing for the invocation and pledge of allegiance by Mayor Pro Tem Mike McPhee.
If it is your custom to bow, please join us in prayer. Father God, we gather today as stewards of our community, united in a shared commitment to the public good. We ask for your guidance in our discussions and decisions, that they may be rooted in fairness, integrity, and sincerity, desiring to serve all members of our community. We pray for health, happiness, and strength for all that are present and those who we represent. May our efforts bear fruit and contribute to a thriving, harmonious community. We place our trust in your providence and guidance. In your holy name we pray. Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic.
Okay, next on the agenda is a presentation. We're going to introduce the Battery Creek High School National History Day team. If they could come forward along with Mr. William Kinsey, kind of tell us a little bit about the achievement that they have achieved at the state level and what's going to happen nationally.
All right, good evening, council members and mayor. Thank you for allowing us to have the opportunity to come before you today. What you have here is a group of students from Battery Creek High School. In my 30 years of service in Beaver County School Districts at Battery Creek High School, this has been one of the best groups I've had come before us. They created what's called the National History Day Project. So here we are. It's truly my privilege to introduce to you an exceptional group here from Battery Creek High School. If you would, Amani Douglas, Ashley Sandoval, and Anissa Smalls. This group here recognizes and represents the academic scholar, the civic engagement, and the pride for local history. Through their National History Day project entitled Harriet Tubman Beyond the Underground Railroad and into Beaufort, these students challenge a story that many of us thought we already knew. While Harriet Tubman in her rightful manner and is celebrated for the Underground Railroad, this project asked a more important question. What happened when she came to the Lowcountry for 3 years? Using extensive primary sources and research, these students demonstrated that Tubman's Civil War experiences in Beaufort, South Carolina, especially her leadership with the Combahee River Raid, which freed over 734 slaves in one instance, had a direct impact on the emancipation and expeded into the war. Their work highlights Beaufort as a critical site for national change and reminds us that history is not just something that happens elsewhere. It's something that happened here, right here in Beaver County. This group of students is headed to Washington, D.C. in June to represent Beaufort County School District and one of two teams that would represent the state of South Carolina in the National History Day contest. And so we just wanted to have recognition for their achievements.
Thank you very much. We'll get a picture. For a long time, we'll get a picture. Thank you very much. Okay, next we have public comment. This is on any item, whether it's on the agenda or not. Please come to the podium when I call your name. Give us your name and your address. First up is Jonathan Brown.
Good evening. My name is Jonathan Brown at 10 Abbey Lane in the Mossy Oaks area. My name is Jonathan Brown, and I will be giving the city clerk a full written statement for the minutes. Mayor Cromer, Mayor Pro Tem McPhee, and members of City Council, thank you for allowing me to be heard. As stated, my name is Jonathan Brown. My family has been in Beaufort County since the late 80s. My wife and I are graduates of Beaufort County schools. I'm a graduate of TCL, and our children attend schools here in the county and city. We moved into the city limits in 2021. We are vested members of this community, and I'm here tonight to talk about the proposed $32 vehicle tag fee, another cut in what has become a death by 1,000 cuts for city residents. I'm not a lawyer or an accountant, but I have done my homework. And here's what my household pays each year in city and county taxes and fees alone. I own a modest single-story home and 5 vehicles. My real property tax, roughly $2,100. Vehicle property tax on 5 vehicles, roughly $1,200. Solid waste fee, $270. City stormwater, roughly $135. County stormwater on top of that. A 5% Dominion Energy electric franchise fee, roughly $120. A 2% Boundary Street Special Project District surcharge, roughly $50. Sales tax at 6%, roughly $1,200, and a 2% hospitality fee on top of prepared food and beverage. That is 9 taxes and fees totaling over $5,000 a year on top of federal and state income taxes, fuel taxes, and other state charges. And now you want to add a 10th. Regardless of what you call it, a fee, a surcharge, an assessment, if it comes out of a resident's pocket and goes to government, it is a tax. As South Carolina Supreme Court demonstrated in Burns versus Greenville County Council, the court will look past the label. The city alone already takes over $1,800 from my household through 6 separate mechanisms. This fee would be a 7th, pushing the city's direct take to nearly $2,000. This is also a fairness issue. The SCDOT roads, this fee is meant to maintain. Boundary Street, Carteret Street, and others in the city limits are used by thousands of commuters, shoppers, and tourists from around the county, state, and surrounding areas. Yet only city residents would pay. We would subsidize road maintenance for everyone. And why are residents paying to maintain roads that belong to SCDOT? As reported in the Beaufort Gazette and Island Packet, the city manager acknowledged the city receives no reimbursement from SCDOT and that this fee would fund maintenance of state-owned right-of-ways. My question is simple. Has the city even asked SCDOT for reimbursement? Council needs to be aware of a legal concern. In 2021, the South Carolina Supreme Court struck down a nearly identical fee in Burns versus Greenville County Council, opinion number 28041. Greenville's $25 per vehicle road maintenance fee was ruled an illegal tax. It violated SC Code Section 6-1-300, subsection 6, which requires a fee to benefit the payer differently from the general public. Road maintenance benefits all drivers, not just those paying. Justice Kittredge wrote, local governments, for obvious reasons, want to avoid calling a tax a tax. I'm hopeful that today's decision will deter the politically expedient penchant for imposing taxes disguised as service or user fees. Under South Carolina Code 6-1-310, a local government may not impose a new tax unless authorized by the General Assembly. Has the city attorney reviewed this decision? When Beaufort County imposed a 1% green space sales tax, it got General Assembly authorization, voter approval, and an expiration date. The proposed fee bypasses all 3. I ask council to think about the young people trying to start out here and the retirees on fixed incomes. Every new fee makes the city of Beaufort less affordable and gives people another reason to leave. I am urging council to reject this fee. The city's operating budget exceeds $44 million after setting aside $28 million in grant fund capital projects. If $322,000 cannot be found within $44 million, the issue is not revenue, it's priorities. I ask every member to weigh this carefully. The cumulative financial burden on residents, the legal precedents against it, and the alternatives not yet explored, starting with asking SCDOT to pay for its own roads where we have already paid taxes on. The residents of the city are engaged. We are reading the budget, reviewing the case law, and doing the math. We trust this council to do the right thing. If you move forward, I strongly urge a full public accounting of why 322,000 cannot be accommodated within the 44 million and what efforts were made to seek SCDOT reimbursement first. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, next, Mr. Rob Cahill.
Grade school pictures. My preface will be like Venerable Yogi Berra said, For those of you here 2 weeks ago, this will be like deja vu all over again. Okay, again, Yogi Berra, deja vu all over again. Okay, so first, Scott and those of you who partake, thank you for continuing free parking in the marina. So at the risk of giving with one hand and taking with another. I think I'm trying to get this on the screen. Yeah, my kids aren't here. Yes,
Okay,
thank you.
okay.
Some of you are not old enough to understand what that means. Are we up? Okay, so it's very confusing. I spent about I'm there probably 5-6 times a week in downtown. And it was confusing to people. I felt like the Chamber of Commerce telling people it's free parking. They're trying to figure out the sign there. I wish I could make it a little bigger. There's all this parking signs that people looking where they feed the meter. And I say, you know, free means free, but the sign that shows free is at an angle in the back. So,
Did you move it there, Rob?
oh, there's another one. Oh my gosh, why did I do that? Just to show you all. Because if you're from out of town, and I met these 3 wonderful women from England, and they're trying to pull their quarters together, and I says, put them back. Today's free day. And so they were thankful, obviously. And I met all these people. So please, I would put a big X there, but that'll be vandalism. Maybe the city can do something to move the signs or put a piece of paper over them. Okay, so that's number 1. Oh, number 2, these wonderful swings have a bird's eye view of no trespassing signs. So I brought this up 2 weeks ago and I said, you know, we have a few too many, like a lot too many. And on top of that, I read the ordinance and it says there's no height requirement. Why don't we, I'd love to come back and see these about 6 inches off the ground, because that's one of the swings. And if you want to see the other one, if you choose swings.
Wrong swing.
Oh, that's the other swing. It's a wonderful view of this no trespassing sign. And then the third one, I'm trying to make this somewhat funny. We've got this great view down the boardwalk when you walk in there. Here it comes. Yay. Another no trespassing sign. If you missed the first 1,000, you would have seen this one. And we're giving great publicity to this manufacturer with a prime real estate location. Do you care who made that fence? I don't. Put it down or just put it somewhere else if there's a contractual agreement. So the last of that little litany is consider bringing the swings back. I know they're on the other side of the fence. I don't think people are going to pole vault over the fence, but they add part of the vibe. These people that I talked to today, last time they were here was 3 years ago. They're iconic. They're just part of the feel. We can do that. So I'm going to close with this thought. Langston Hughes, an iconic Black poet. He said this about that, a great line in a poem. I know that my itch, and I'm looking at the council and I'm looking at you, Scott, my itch is not your itch, but I'm going to keep scratching till my itch becomes your itch. So just for a fact, since I'm not even going to use all my 5 minutes, I know that my itch is not your itch, but I'm going to keep scratching until my itch becomes your itch. I learned that 30 years ago, and it's probably the best strategic thinking idea I've come up with yet. Thank you for your time. And next time I don't hope not to come here, because all these changes will be in the benefit of beautiful Beaufort by the Bay. Thank you.
Thank you, Rob. Okay, next we have Paul Trask.
Thank you. Paul Trask, 610 Bladen Street. I'd like to give a copy of my remarks to Tracy. And I'd like to thank this gentleman for highlighting the vehicle tax situation, and I may have an idea that can reduce at least some of it. I don't want this city to budget one thin dime of my tax dollars on the Beaufort County Economic Development Corporation. I find the organization incompetent, unaccountable, and untrustworthy. Last year, BCEDC was given broad discretion under the County Site and Development Fund to purchase 2 tracts of land, 14-acre parcel in the Commerce Park and a 117-acre multi-parcel tract in Lebico, nearly $2 million in acquisitions combined. In the aftermath of those purchases, County Council revoked BCEDC's unrestricted authority and now requires advance council approval for future land acquisition. That change alone speaks volumes. I attended the County Council's Economic Development Workshop this morning at 9 o'clock. During the discussion of the Lebico property, several council members asked whether the site had any environmental concerns, any contamination issues. BCEDC Senior Project Manager Kelly Brunson initially said no. When the issue surfaced a second time, Director John O'Toole pointed generally to a map and stated that there may have been contamination across the street that could have migrated underground onto the property. That was not an accurate or complete description of the situation. In fact, a contaminated parcel sits directly within the acquired property itself. The deed executed last July expressly states Tract 1A is conveyed subject to the restricted covenants recorded in the Office of the Register of Deeds in Record Book 2839 at page 1652. And what do those recorded restrictions say? Quote, the property was historically used for chemical manufacturing purposes and contaminants in excess of allowable concentrations for unrestricted use remain at or below the property. Property is also subject to consent orders and remedial measures. The issue here is straightforward. Beaufort County provided the public funds to purchase this property, yet BCEDC did not disclose these environmental circumstances to County Council at the time of purchase, nor did it provide any environmental reports it may have possessed. A legitimate question is whether these facts were even disclosed to the BCEDC's own board of directors. Additional questioning this morning, revealed that the property lacks sewer infrastructure and does not have substantial water service. Yet BCEDC stated it is exploring uses such as meat processing and fish farming for the site. Meat processing and fish farming on property with minimal infrastructure, no sewer, limited water, and known chemical contamination concerns. This is not economic development. This is speculation with taxpayer money. Meanwhile, today's Post and Courier says, quote, City of Beaufort still struggling with transparency in the wake of public records breach. Yet this council routinely retreats into executive session whenever BCEDC matters arise. Executive session is permitted under South Carolina law. It is not mandatory. Using executive session as a default approach for BCEDC discussions is wrong. It further erodes public confidence in local government. Council should address that beginning tonight. I urge you to remove BCEDC funding from the budget that you're going to discuss later this evening. And I cannot state strongly enough that under no circumstances whatsoever should this council approve the proposed grant of $1 million to BCEDC tied to the Clarendon sale. Under no circumstances. Enough is enough. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Next is Patrick Canning.
Patrick Canning, 212 Burroughs Avenue. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm here to speak on the proposed $32 annual tag fee that is expected to generate $322,560 in revenue for FY27. It is my understanding this fee will be added to the county personal property tax bill for every vehicle registered inside city limits. While the city describes this as a user-based fee to maintain roads, many drivers on major thoroughfares such as Boundary Street are simply passing through on their way to Ladies Island and beyond. They will not pay the fee, yet they use the same roads. Context, this is not a new program. The city has been funding right-of-way maintenance for years out of the general fund using existing property taxes. The city is essentially subsidizing the state by maintaining SCDOT roads at a higher standard inside city limits, and now wants vehicle owners in the city to help cover that cost through the proposed $32 tag fee. Major concerns. Flat municipal vehicle tag fees, wheel taxes, are relatively uncommon in South Carolina. In other states such as Ohio, Kentucky, Missouri, etc., cities and counties that started with modest fees of $10 to $25 have routinely increased them, often 20 to 50% every 3 to 5 years, eventually rising from 20 to 30 to 40 to $60 and beyond within 5 to 8 years. This would be the first time Beaufort has implemented such a fee. If approved, future councils will almost certainly face pressure to raise it as costs continue to climb. Most importantly, there is a lack of transparency. The city says it needs this $322,560, yet the budget documents do not clearly show the total current cost of right-of-way maintenance or exactly how much this line item has increased since FY25. I would suggest that residents cannot properly evaluate the fee without knowing the full picture. Workforce and affordable housing. Beaufort says it is deeply concerned about workforce and affordable housing. Why then is the city placing an additional financial burden on residents? This $32 per vehicle fee affects homeowners and renters alike, many of whom are already struggling with high housing costs. It is effectively a tax increase on working families. Tax exemptions and revenue shortfall. At the same time, the city is asking residents for new revenue. Beaufort County and nearby municipalities are losing millions in property tax revenue due to SCDOR approved tax exemptions on large apartment complexes. This would be a good time to prepare for the coming storm instead of adding new fees on local taxpayers. Respectfully urge council to reject the first reading of this tax, which is disguised as a fee, and not move forward with the proposed FY27 budget in its current form. Instead, I ask that you direct the city manager to immediately conduct a thorough review of the entire budget. He should identify real meaningful cost savings and efficiencies, particularly in right-of-way maintenance and other non-essential areas, and return to council with a complete transparent report showing the full, current, and projected costs of this program, along with a clear plan to address the growing revenue shortfalls anticipated from oncoming tax exemptions. The next item I have to address is to Mayor, Council, Chief Price, and City Manager. Just last month, the city proudly announced that Chief Stephanie Price will receive the 2026 Ted Poe Award for Excellence by a public official in Washington, D.C. The announcement highlighted her leadership in the police department's highest standards of professionalism, integrity, and community engagement. However, last week, after a water search and rescue board meeting had ended, Sergeant Ben Whitmore approached me and stated that Chief Price had personally shared with him that I believe the Beaufort City Police Department is overpaid, and that I had said so before City Council. When I asked for the date, I supposedly said this, none was provided. For the record, I have never called the officers overpaid. 1 week earlier, I sent council an email with legitimate concerns about budget growth and the need for greater efficiency. I find it highly unprofessional that the chief of police would allegedly circulate an inaccurate and negative characterization of a resident who participates in the public process, especially to a training sergeant. This appears inconsistent with the highest standards of professionalism cited in her recent national award. I raised this issue with the city manager, who has declined further action. And I respectfully ask council to ensure that the leadership of our police department upholds the very standards of professionalism and integrity for which Chief Price is being recognized. Thank you for your attention to this matter.
Thank you, Patrick. Next is Dan Blackman.
Mayor, city councilors, my name is Daniel Blackman. I live at 1010 Duke Street in the heart of the historic district. Almost exactly in the center of the historic district. I'm not here to bury the council, but to praise them. You might have heard that's from some other place. That's from William Shakespeare. I don't want to take away from a lot of the legitimate points that have been made by prior speakers, but I come here tonight to thank the council and thank the city manager for the efforts that they have made to improve the Washington Street Park. We had a very soggy opening last Saturday. It was probably the worst storm we've had in a couple of months. But the park, Washington Street Park, is open. People are already using it. And I am here to thank the council for their efforts and also to thank the citizen committee that met sometimes weekly to make sure the contractor was working as hard as they could to get it finished before the Taste of the Community Festival, which was held in conjunction with the festivals that for the whole city, including the waterfront park, and USCB had an art festival. We didn't have many people, but those who came enjoyed themselves with cotton candy and popcorn and art by students. One of the most impressive things about the festival that we held at Washington Street Park was the Buford High School Jazz Band. If you ever get a chance to hear them, they are super. We had other bands, but they were the one that stood out to me, even in the soggy rain. So I'm here to thank the council for their efforts and ask the people, even if you don't live in the Northwest Quadrant or the historic district, come and see the Washington Street Park and enjoy it. You've already paid for it, so you might as well come and enjoy it. It was very well done, and thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Blackman. Okay, next is Amanda Patel.
Good evening. My name is Amanda Patel. As many of you know, I'm a mother, a wife, and someone with more than 20 years of experience that I believe equips me to stand before you tonight and speak to what I believe is ethically and morally right, and also in alignment with your own operations manual. I have not spoken here since February because I have been busy doing what so many parents in this city are doing every single day, which is raising children right here in Beaufort. Children who I hope will one day choose to inherit this city long after every title, election, appointment, and administration is gone. And that is exactly why I am back. I want to respectfully remind City Council of something very simple. You have one employee, one. And it is your responsibility to provide oversight and accountability regarding the actions and decision-making of that one employee. That is not hostility, that's governance. And what concerns me is that tensions surrounding oversight and transparency are no longer speculation. They are now documented in written exchanges between the city manager and you, council. That should concern every resident. Also, I want to address something else that has been publicly suggested throughout this process, the idea that concerns somehow matter less depending on where someone lives. For the record, I do live here. My family lives here. My husband owns and operates a business here. Our lives are deeply connected to this community and impacted by the decisions made by city leadership. But honestly, residency should not determine whether someone is allowed to care about children, accountability, transparency, and public trust. And if residency is suddenly going to become the standard by which concern is validated, then residents are fair to ask for consistency in how that standard is applied across the board. And I also want to say this clearly. I am not here tonight to speak for the 12-year-old child or her family, but I do think it matters that, to my knowledge, charges were ultimately filed, that victim impact statements were read into the record, and that the trauma connected to that situation did not simply disappear after the open letter was released. That letter is still public. The trauma is still real. And what makes the later FOIA breach so heartbreaking to me is that it happened while a family was already trying to understand what happened to their daughter. A family searching for answers suddenly found themselves connected to an entirely separate crisis involving confidential records that tied to minors, something they never asked for and should never had to carry. Whether those records reached one family or 100 families does not change the seriousness of what occurred. Children do not lose their right to privacy simply because a breach may have been limited. Families deserve informed choice, awareness, and the ability to protect and support their children if confidential information connected to them was exposed. There is value in that. None of that is trivial, not to the families involved, not to the children connected to these records, and not to the residents still asking for honesty and accountability months later. That is not political. That is human. And despite how much time has passed, many residents, including myself, still feel there are unanswered questions surrounding how confidential records were handled and how safeguards failed in the first place. That uncertainty is part of why public trust has been so difficult to rebuild. As an educator and as a parent, I can tell you this: communities thrive when children and families are treated as the priority, not as an obstacle to institutional comfort. Because this city does not belong only to the people currently managing it. It belongs to the next generation growing up here right now. And people are paying attention to what kind of leadership they are witnessing in real time. People are also paying attention to the legacy. I'm going to repeat this slowly because I really want y'all to take this in. People are paying attention to the legacy that each of you is choosing to write for this city. Someone recently asked me, what is it that I want? My answer was simple, but with emotion: the truth, the full truth, all of it dating back to February 2025. But later I found myself thinking about the question differently, because maybe the better question is whether the children connected to all of this will one day feel that the adults entrusted with leading this city truly understood the weight of what happened to them. And if that still feels difficult to understand, then I would simply ask each of you to think about the child in your own life that you love deeply. What would you want for her? What kind of response, accountability, compassion, and protection would you expect from the adults entrusted with leading your community? Because empathy matters, compassion matters, and that too is leadership. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Felice Lamarca.
Felice Lamarca, 802 Godfrey Street. Thank you. Thank you for your service. I know how hard and tiring it is, because my husband and I try to keep up with you and the county. So it's very tiring. Thank you, Ms. Patel, for everything you said. Transparency and accountability and trust. I know your jobs are very hard, but that's what we expect from you. We expect you to take care of our money and take care of our city. So the article was very timely today, and I hope you will revisit your handbook and put some hiring practices into place. Because from where I came from, which was corporate America at one point, you could not hire anyone without it being advertised and candidates interviewed, especially in this age where people's rights, people feel like their rights are being taken away. Thank you for considering that. I too was in the workshop, the Beaufort County workshop this morning for the Beaufort County Economic Development Corporation. What Mr. Trask, I'm going to finish what Mr. Paul Trask was telling you about the contamination on this property, because it's not this property that is bothering me. It's the Beaufort County Economic Development Corporation. What he didn't tell you was that it took 3 times for the county council men and women to ask Mr. O'Toole about the contamination on this property. And until proof was delivered by citizens, did he come up and say, I misspoke, there is contamination on the property. Wow. Trust. What kind of trust is that? 3 times. One answer was no, one was it's leaching from the other property. Finally, yes. And you want to do business with these people? Thanks to you, in the last time I appeared before you, April 14th, you voted to not give the Beaufort County EDC $1 million out of the sale of the Clarendon Farms to go to the Commerce Park. That's what I thought it was when I walked out of the room. Mr. O'Toole informed the county council that he had it on good authority that you were just going to handle the money, but it was all going to go to the Commerce Park. Wow. That's transparency and accountability, isn't it? After I witnessed the vote. So what do we do? How do we get there from here? You want to talk about a budget today. You want to talk about the money we don't have. You want to charge me $32? Really? But you're going to give the Commerce Park $1 million. Really? You're going to face these people and tell them $300,000 is more important than the $1 million that you could put towards this city and the waterfront park and all the other needs that we have. I am very, very serious when I ask you all to defund the Beaufort County Economic Development Corporation. No more taxpayer money. No more. Beaufort County Council, I know, is considering the same thing. And they even asked our town manager, our county manager, administrator, how much would it cost to take it in-house? And he was hemming and hawing about the employee, then the this and the that. And finally, the chairwoman looked at him and said, but we're paying for it now. We are already paying for it. It will not be an additional cost. Please strongly consider, as you consider this budget and where you want to put our money, it's our taxpayer money. It's not the $32. It's the decisions you make. Accountability, transparency, and my big word is trust. And you're going to have to earn it back if you give them $1 million. I can promise you that.
Last, we have Ivy Zalai. I'm sorry, I didn't pronounce it right, but.
Ivy Salai. It's not as hard as it seems. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Tonight I'm here once again to speak about transparency, public records, and what appears to be an ongoing failure by the City of Beaufort to handle FOIA requests in a lawful, consistent, and accountable manner. South Carolina Freedom of Information Act is not optional. It is not a courtesy. Right now, the city handling of FOIA continues to raise serious questions. In one request, I was told there were approximately 158 responsive emails. What was ultimately produced was a much smaller number of records, many of which appeared to be duplicates or long email chains containing the same material over and over again, and a significant portion of the production consisted of my very own emails, which I already had. That alone raises questions about how records are being searched, reviewed, counted, and produced. I've asked for clarification, and after 3 emails, I have been told the request is considered closed. But the concerns do not stop there. The city also used batch redaction through Next Request, and I was told that this process does not distinguish between personal email addresses and city email addresses. That means public city email addresses may have been redacted simply because the system was set to redact broadly. City email addresses are not private personal information. They are public government contact information. If public information is being redacted by default, that is not transparency. That is a process problem. And when a process problem results in public information being withheld or obscured, that becomes a FOIA problem. I do want to acknowledge that Council has now addressed at least one piece of this larger issue by adopting a $20 per hour FOIA fee. That is a step toward clarity, and I appreciate that Council recognized the need for a more understandable and consistent fee structure. But fees were never the only concern. A clearer hourly rate does not fix improper redactions. It does not fix incomplete productions. It does not explain why the number of records estimated does not seem to match what was ultimately produced. And it does not answer who is actually supervising the city's FOIA process. Now we have the additional concern that the records manager, who was introduced as the city's FOIA point person only about a month ago, has indicated that he plans to leave the position. I do not say that to criticize him personally. In fact, I appreciate that he was candid about some of the issues with the production process. But his departure after such a short time raises a very serious question for this council. Who is actually responsible for FOIA compliance in the city of Beaufort? Because this cannot keep being treated as a staffing inconvenience. FOIA compliance is a legal obligation of the city. It does not disappear because a position turns over, does not shift depending on who is answering emails that week, and it certainly cannot depend on a new employee being dropped into a complicated legal compliance role without clear training, supervision, and accountability. This is not just about one request. It is not just about one employee. It is not even just about me. It is about whether the city of Beaufort has a reliable, lawful, and transparent public request process. When records are delayed, public information is redacted by default, productions do not match estimates, confidential information is still being released, citizens have to keep pushing for explanations, and the person assigned to manage records leaves after approximately 1 month. That is not a small administrative hiccup. That is a pattern. And it is a pattern this council should take seriously. So tonight I'm asking this council to stop treating FOIA concerns as trivial complaints from difficult citizens and start treating them as warnings about the city's internal controls. The public deserves a FOIA process that is lawful, consistent, properly supervised, and easy to understand. The city of Beaufort belongs to the public. Its records belong to the public, and public trust cannot survive a process that appears to hide more than it explains. The city cannot keep asking the public to trust a process it refuses to clearly explain. If everything is being handled properly, then transparency should be easy. And if transparency is this difficult, council should be asking why. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Wayne Reynolds.
Wayne Reynolds, 2212 Bay Street. I want to talk about the noise ordinance just briefly. First of all, the language in the whereases is really beautiful language. It's sensitive, it's real, and it is a real problem. And I hope that you, I hope the enforcement issue, I think, is really the difficult one. You know, especially the vehicular noise is really hard to chase. So we need, you know, officers in cars with decibel meters, and it's not just an idle, you know, crazy guy on the corner comment, because it is a real problem to me and many of my neighbors. I follow it on the neighborhood sites. I'd encourage you after I commend you for the language, to put the right enforcement in place. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Reynolds. Appreciate it. Okay, that's it for the public comment. I want to turn it. You're not on the list. Okay. All right, well, go ahead, Graham. I'll write your name on the list. Go ahead. Okay, Edie, okay.
Is that the new policy? Just so I'm clear, you're not going to let anybody?
Well, no, you can speak. Go ahead. It's public comment.
My name's Graham Trask, 1211 Bay Street. Before I get started, Mike, sorry, yeah, I've watched you the entire meeting and you haven't paid attention to any speaker.
Beg to differ. I'm taking notes on everything that was said.
Okay, well, if you could look at me, it would be helpful, because I look at you when you speak, and I'm sorry, it's just not very respectful to the speakers. I'm sorry to call you out, but please,
I will give you two.
thank you. David Pasco is going to be speaking tomorrow at noon at Old Bull Tavern. My discussion is going to be about getting the right people in the right seats. David Pasco is the right person in the right seats, and I'm glad there's such a big crowd here. I hope you'll join tomorrow at noon at Old Bull Tavern. Free pizza for the kids and shakes. Yeah. I wanted to also bring to the council's attention the Post and Courier article from today. I'm going to give it to Tracy for the record. The article referenced the long overdue data breach investigation, which Hainsworth Sinclair Boyd is handling. The results of this investigation are long overdue. I am fully expecting results to exonerate the city manager and whitewash the incident. As we know, the assistant city manager, the public information officer, and the capital projects manager, as well as another person, all of those first three were senior leaders in the city, have left in the last 12 months. I'm also going to provide for the record, thank you, Mike, an email which was well written by Amanda Patel, to which I was copied on. Amanda was referred to in the Post and Courier article in the context of our city manager dismissing her view as not representative of Beaufort residents or anyone much at all. Such a quote from the city manager brings me back to approximately 18 months ago. You remember that, don't you, Phil? It's when I was excoriated by the city manager right here to you on my character, on my feedback, and the feedback that I gave of his consistent incompetence and fatal flaw as a manager. 18 months later, my lack of confidence in the city manager remains unchanged. I also want to put in the minutes documents which were provided to me by a Beaufortonian who secured these documents through a FOIA request. These documents show a confrontational interaction between the city manager and you and Josh Scaletti, a member of city council who is ostensibly the city manager's boss, not ostensibly, but directly the city manager's boss, as Ms. Patel, who has disappeared, so aptly said. In the letters which were being sent back and forth between the city manager and city council, the city manager threatened Mr. Scaletti to simply hold a vote of no confidence in the city manager. I think that's a good idea. I believe we need to actually have a public workshop on the city manager to get out on the table in a transparent way all the things that he's doing well, because he's doing some things well, and all the things that need improvement. In this way, full transparency will be served, and the city manager will have the benefit of input from a broad range of individuals. The time is now. Now, as the city appears to be discussing the city manager's performance or lack thereof in executive session. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mike.
Thank you, Mr. Trask. Next is Edie Rogers.
Mr. Mayor, I'm just thrilled to hear that. God, it sits up on a throne.
You can hear us now.
PA system, wonderful this morning. For that, I thank the city manager for taking care of that. And I also want to thank him for giving us the bridge report, which you all know that I am not a technology person, terribly challenged. That's an understatement. But I love to know what's going on in the city, and I'm going to claim age-related for all sorts of things about getting up here. For one, I hope everybody in this room is very impressed with every speaker you've had. They've done their research. I don't think they maybe I'm wrong. I don't think they made fake statements for risk of being sued, probably. But at any rate, I just think it's wonderful that we have citizens who are willing to come here and voice their opinion, because it gives me some relief. I have been sparing you hearing my, sharing my opinions on things for some time. But I sat now, and I apologize for not being on the list, Mr. Trask. It is the policy that you're to sign in. I know that, but age-related, I dashed in at the last minute, as I usually dash in at the last minute, and forgot all about it. I was too interested in getting a copy of the agenda, I suppose. But at any rate, I wanted to say my thank you to the city manager. I also wanted to say that I hate to tell all of you, you will be back here probably sooner than you thought addressing short-term rentals again. I beg you, consider repealing that ordinance, because it was not good when it was installed. I shouldn't say installed. It was adopted by a former city council. It was not a good thing for the city. It still is not a good thing for the city. I've ridden through some neighborhoods that I am appalled at the matchbox houses that have been built in those neighborhoods for short-term rentals. And it's going to get worse. It's not going to get better. So I think that revising rather than repealing was a mistake, and I probably won't live long enough to hear it come back before you. But I was here and said that the first time it was considered, didn't I, Mike? Not good for us, but it's a done deal. But get some legal advice and find out how you can do it. Give those people who've invested their money to set up short-term rentals enough fair time to recoup their investment and rid the city of that plague. I also want to address the $32 fee for cars in the city. For heaven's sake, first, I assume you would include every Beaufort city resident who's in an area on Ladies Island that got annexed or whatever, everybody who's a city resident. We pay tax for roads, maintenance, and including in the city, every time we buy gas. And my income tax, I like to think, is helping. It's helping with projects up I-26. I know that. At any rate, I think it would be a good thing, and I've heard the word transparency a lot tonight, if you could get a list made of all the streets in the city of Beaufort that former councils, and not this council, have taken out of the state program, because it is the state's responsibility to build and maintain. And give us a list of those. It just looks like maybe it's more of a fundraiser for some other things that we're already doing, because I didn't see a whole lot of cuts. Let me get on the glasses, another age-related thing. Deaf, blind, and technology challenged. one of the things that Mr. City Manager advised me in this wonderful bridge report was that part of this is to diversify revenues instead of relying right on the property taxes. Well, I suggested this morning to one of my councilmen that was unfortunate enough to be at a meeting where I grabbed him and sounded off. I suggested that we stop sending 400,000 plus accommodations tax monies to the groups that bring more tourists to us, because we need to cut back on the tourists, in my humble opinion. This also expands funding for the Housing Repair Assistance Program. I don't know how much we spend there, but it looks like yet another place where we could look at cutting back on it. But we'd love to see a list of the streets and maybe even the date that the other councils took that, because that's it. We're going to be raising a lot of money here for, quote, maintaining right-of-ways. And we were upset about it. I'm impressed by all the research the first gentleman had done and would love to have a copy of his notes. Oh dear, I had another one. See proposals for plans for, and you see, I was sitting back there writing my notes and I don't even remember what I was going to let you hear about. Thank you so much, Council.
Okay, next, I'm gonna have Russell Baxley come up. He wanted to do a presentation for us. Couldn't get it on the agenda in time, so Mr. Baxley, you want to speak to council?
Mayor, Council, appreciate the time today, and I will try to keep my comments brief, but we do have an opportunity to partner, and a partnership that would include Beaufort Memorial with Beaufort and Port Royal Fire, along with the city of Beaufort. And so in 2025, through the One Big Beautiful Bill, the federal government authorized $50 billion in healthcare grants through the Rural Health Transformation Fund. That $50 billion is to be distributed to the states over 5 years, $25 billion equitably amongst the states, and the other $25 billion based on applications through 4 different tranches of money that include infrastructure, community outreach, and rural medical expansion. One of the projects that we would like to propose to partner with the city of Beaufort and the fire department is paramedicine and intra-facility transports. We have the ability to ask for and receive funding for capital equipment that would include EMS trucks such as ALS, BLS, and rapid response vehicles. The city of Beaufort and Port Royal have EMTs and paramedics that have been trained that would like to use those skills outside of their normal and daily shifts. If we could partner together to create a paramedicine program, this would create a lot of opportunities, not only for the city of Beaufort, but also for the patients that Beaufort Memorial serves. As you guys know, and through several presentations, we see about 44,000 patients a year through the emergency room. We admit and discharge about 9,000 patients a year through the hospital. A lot of those admissions and a lot of those discharges from the ED typically lack transportation means, typically lack the ability to get to follow-up care appointments, typically lack the ability to receive medications in a timely manner once they're discharged from the hospital. A paramedicine program would allow us to partner with EMTs and paramedics to provide care in these patients' homes upon discharge from the hospital or from the emergency room. It would allow us to use telemedicine capabilities that we currently use in our practices. We would equip the paramedics and EMTs with telemedicine, also with the rapid response vehicles to go to the patient's homes, to see them in their homes post-discharge from either the emergency room or the hospital. This would help reduce readmissions to the hospital. We typically see, on average, about 10 to 12% of our patients readmitted within 30 days. We want to continue to bring that down. There's a lot of patients where we have a high recidivism back to the ER, multiple visits to the emergency room because of lack of access to primary care or lack of the access to get to their primary care appointments. This is, again, taking care to them. And so our proposal would be that we would submit for capital funding through the Rural Health Transformation Fund for these vehicles, and then partner with the fire department to help staff these vehicles. The sustainability of this would also come not just from paramedicine, but also to partner with the fire department to do intra-facility transports to and from Buford Memorial. A transport such as a patient who is discharged to a skilled nursing facility or assisted living, or transports between hospitals. We do about 1,700 transports a year annually at Buford Memorial to other facilities throughout Beaufort County. Again, this is something we use a private service for. We would propose that we would partner with the City of Beaufort and Beaufort Fire to take this over as well. And so sort of a parallel approach where we're doing both community paramedicine, providing care where the patients are in their homes, as well as helping to facilitate transports to and from different facilities. We do struggle at times on timely transports. People will linger in the hospital because we can't arrange for a private transport in a number of situations. And so this would also alleviate that, creating more capacity at Beaufort Memorial, that will allow us to reduce the overflow in the emergency room. As you guys may or may not know, especially in the winter months, when respiratory season is high, we typically are bed waiting a number of patients, waiting for discharges to happen. A lot of times these discharges are held up because of late or not enough transportation vehicles and or assets within the community. And so again, what we would be asking from the City of Beaufort is a letter of support that should Beaufort Memorial submit for a grant for a intra-facility transport and paramedicine program, that you would support that and partner with us should we receive those funds and implement it within the next 12 to 16 months.
Have you talked with Chief Ogden, excuse me, about personnel?
I have talked with Chief Ogden. We had as well as Eric, Assistant City Manager. I've also talked with Scott. We've had good conversation. We think it is achievable from a personnel and staffing standpoint, and Beaufort Memorial would also help to hire and staff, because one of the other things that we could implement collectively is that EMTs and paramedics can work in emergency rooms under the license of a physician. They can stand in the shoes of our ER techs, and paramedics can a little step above what our ER techs can do. And so between, I think, Beaufort Fire as well as Beaufort Memorial, we could tackle any staffing challenges that may arise by trying to create a new program such as this.
When's the deadline?
Well,
Get the letter in.
well, the deadline, so here's how this, so we got approval through the state of South Carolina, which got awarded $200 million last month. And so hospitals have been really starting to work towards a 60-day window trying to submit applications for the different tranches of money. So what we would be looking for is just a letter of support within the next week and a half to 2 weeks, because we have to submit our application back to the state of South Carolina, SCDHHS, by the last week of May. They did not give us a lot of time to write and submit for a number of these grant applications and find partners as well.
Appreciate it. Any?
Yep.
I do.
Mitch?
So, have you pitched this to the county?
We have.
What was their response?
The county's response was not a good time for the county due to the high volume and call traffic of 911 responses.
So if we were to sign the letter of intent, and let's say it comes to fruition, as a city, would that partnership only apply to within the city limits, or are you anticipating it would apply countywide?
Well, we are also talking to the city of Bluffton as well. So we would predict that we would work with Bluffton to, as we build a new hospital in Bluffton, obviously. So we're also looking towards the future. So the new hospital in Bluffton will be completed in November. We will move in, it'll be licensed and ready to go probably early February. So when we open that hospital, the thought would be we could partner with the town of Bluffton for south of the Broad opportunities, as well as the city of Beaufort for north of the Broad opportunities. And so we would work collectively together on those two options.
I do have some concerns regarding the distribution of the costs. It just seems like the program that the county should have gotten into, because then you wouldn't be concerned about whether the distribution of the costs, or I wouldn't be concerned with whether the distribution of the costs, you could account for it.
So all these are billable services. So paramedicine is a billable service under the MPI of a physician supervisor, which we would provide. The intra-facility transports are done by personal care currently. They're billing payers for that. Personal care is a private transport service. Those are billed and collected. So it is self-sustaining. So the upfront capital is fronted by Beaufort Memorial. That is probably in around $1 to $1.5 million that we would support for the upfront capital. And then we would collectively work together to staff the program. And then we would, the sustainability would come with the billings to the payers for the paramedicine visits as well as the intrafacility transports, which is currently being done by a private provider.
So not to hog the time, but I know you said you talked to the chief about it. The chief, do you want to weigh in on this to might help?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Yes, both these programs, the paramedicine and the interfacility transport, are option we've explored internally. Because one, I know it would benefit the community, and two, the interfacility is a revenue source for us. You know, we're here tonight talking about budgets, and there's not a lot of revenue that a fire department can generate, really none. So this is an option for us to think outside the box, kind of generate some revenue, give our paramedics some opportunities to utilize their skills a little more than they do on 911 calls, and expand the services we do.
That's very helpful. Thanks.
Yes, sir.
Any other comments?
Piggybacking on what Councilman Mitchell said, most of mine, he pretty much asked, so there is no financial obligation of the city should we give you the letter of support?
From my perspective, no. The financial obligation would come from the grant. If the grant is declined, then there's nothing that you otherwise committed to. Again, the only commitment you would have is, and again, it would be using and leveraging current EMTs and paramedics that you guys have actually trained over the course of a couple of years. We would also work to hire and staff, and then we would have to work together for the creation of the unique Medicare identifier to otherwise start billing for the intrafacility transports as well as the paramedicine visits to the patient's homes.
And would we need additional equipment, be it the city be obligated to buy additional equipment? Should we go with it?
The upfitting of the vehicles would come from the grant as well.
Okay,
Yeah,
thank
so,
you.
so both equipment and vehicles would come through the grant funding through the Rural Health Transformation Fund.
Okay, thank you.
Chief, is there any, I'll say competition or conflict in our ongoing conversations with the county and the EMS fire department realignment that would be affected by it?
No, that's mostly 911 emergency. This is thinking outside the box from that, the paramedicine program and the interfacility transport. As Russell said, the interfacility is done through a private service, and we don't have a paramedicine program that I'm familiar with in the county at all currently.
Thank you.
And just to add on, I mean, we did meet, Mitch, to your point, with the county, and actually John Robinson suggested we speak to the fire departments. He thought this would be a good opportunity for the fire departments to get engaged in a program such as this.
And I'll just say, based on what I've heard, the presentation, granted, I haven't had a whole lot of time to look into it, but I'm supportive of it. I feel like it's a good program. We'd benefit from that. And if we have the professionals to help get this initiative started, then again, I think that it's something that I would support. I would just ask that you don't steal our professionals, and that they can come back and work for our fire department because they're very valuable to us. But thank you for presenting this, and hopefully this works out.
Thank you, Russell.
Okay. Thank you, council.
Thank you.
Thanks. Thanks, Chief.
Okay, next is meeting agenda approval. Do I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Have a second? Anyone? We gotta say, who was the second? Who was this?
I second it.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, all in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay. Ayes have it. Next, a proclamation, character education proclamation for Delaney Sabo for Coosaw Elementary School. Mike, you want to? Okay, yeah, we need a second.
Second.
All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, would you read that for me?
Yes. Whereas the character education movement reinforces the social, emotional, and ethical development of students, whereas character education provides long-term solutions for moral, ethical, and academic issues that are of growing concern to our society and our schools. The 11 principles of effective character education include promoting core ethical and performance values, teaching students to understand, care about, and act upon those core ethical and performance values, encompassing all aspects of the school culture, fostering a caring school community, providing opportunities for moral action, supporting academic achievement, developing intrinsic motivation, including whole staff involvement, requiring positive leadership of staff and students, and involving parents and community members, and assessing the results and striving to improve upon those results. Whereas the purpose of the character education program is to integrate good character traits into the total school environment as well as into the community. Each school's counselor identifies a list of character words and definitions deemed important regardless of the person's political leanings, race, gender, or religious convictions. Those words are friendship, kindness, acceptance, courage, tolerance, respect, gratitude, compassion, citizenship, perseverance, honesty, integrity, self-control, forgiveness, responsibility, and cooperation. And whereas Delaney Sabo was selected as the winner of Coosa Elementary School as a Student of the Month, now therefore the City Council of the City of Beaufort hereby proclaim March 2026 as Delaney Sabo as Coosa Elementary School Student of the Month. City of Beaufort hereby pronounces self-control as the word of the month for March, applauds Delaney Sabo, Beaufort County School District, Coosa Elementary School for the work, and specifically honors, that's hard to say, Delaney Sabo as Coosa Elementary School Student of the Month. Congratulations.
Good evening. I am Dr. Kelly Gowdy. I am the proud principal of Coosa Elementary School and of this young lady that we are all here to celebrate tonight. Good evening, Mayor, council members, families, and community members. It's truly an honor to recognize one of our own outstanding students from Coosa Elementary School, Miss Delaney Sabo, as Student of the Month for her exceptional character. I'm going to come this way because I'm talking to you. All right. Delaney was nominated by our instructional coach, Miss Bryant, who shared these heartfelt words. It is my absolute pleasure to recommend Delaney Sabo for character traits and of friendship and kindness. For 2 years now, I have had the joy of seeing her every day as I help her into her car. Delaney is always so sweet and kind and a bright, positive light to me and everyone around her. Being a good friend means caring deeply about others, listening with an open heart, and offering support whenever it's needed. Delaney exemplifies this by always including others, sharing a smile, and making everyone feel valued and welcomed. Her kindness shines through the small and meaningful ways. Kindness is more than just being nice. It's about showing genuine care and respect, even when it's not the easiest choice. Delaney's thoughtful actions and positive attitude create a warm and friendly environment where everyone feels safe and appreciated. She is a true role model in friendship and kindness, inspiring those around her to be their best selves. As Delaney's principal, I could not agree more. Delaney represents the very best of what we hope to cultivate in our students, not only her academic success, but character, compassion, and leadership. She consistently demonstrates empathy towards others, treats everyone with respect, and leads through her actions each and every day. At Coosa Elementary School, we believe that change starts with us. How fitting for us to be here. And Delaney is a shining example of that belief in action. Her positive spirit makes our school a better place, and I am incredibly proud of the example that you set for your peers. Delaney, thank you for reminding us that kindness matters, friendship matters, and that even in the smallest acts of care can make a lasting difference. Congratulations on this well-deserved recognition.
Okay, next we have a character education proclamation for Gabriel Alvarado of Broad River Elementary School.
Move accept.
Second. Okay, all in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay.
Whereas the character education movement reinforces the social, emotional, and ethical development of students. You've heard this before, but you'll get to it. The 11 principles of effective education include promoting core ethical and performance values, teaching students to understand, care about, and act upon the core ethical and performance values, encompassing all aspects of the school culture, fostering a caring school community, providing opportunities for moral action, supporting academic achievement, developing intrinsic motivation, including whole staff involvement, requiring positive leadership of staff and students, and involving parents and community members, and assessing the results and striving to improve upon them. Whereas the Beaufort County School District's Character Education Improvement Program was formed to support parents' efforts in developing good character in their children, and each school's counselor identified a list of character words and definitions deemed important regardless of the person's political leanings, race, gender, or religious convictions. Whereas Gabriel Alvarado was selected as the winner of Broad River Elementary School as the Student of the Month. Now, therefore, the City Council of the City of Beaufort, South Carolina proclaim April 2026 as Gabriel Alvarado Broad River Elementary School Student of the Month. The City of Beaufort hereby pronounces forgiveness as the word of the month for April and applauds Gabriel Alvarado, the Beaufort County School District, Broad River Elementary School for their work, and specifically honors Gabriel Alvarado as Broad River Elementary School Student of the Month. Congratulations.
Good evening. I am Renee Roberts, the principal at Broad River Elementary School. I have with me Dr. Daphne Bing, our assistant principal, and we are so excited to celebrate Gabriel. His first grade teacher wrote, "Gabriel is a sweet, respectful, friendly, social, and humble boy. He respects everyone equally and uses kind language. After a conflict situation with a classmate, Gabriel is always willing to forgive easily. It is not hard for him to say sorry. I was wrong, or forgive me. And when he forgives, he does it not only with words, but also from his heart. He is sensitive, but he is also empathetic, generous, and has no hatred in his heart and no resentment toward others. When he needs help, he asks for it easily, but he is also willing to help others. He never responds to a situation with aggression or unkind words. When he needs to show emotion with tears, he takes his time, breathes, and recovers easily. Gabriel understands that accidents happen, that on many occasions the situations that arise are not intentional, and we all make mistakes. But the important thing about these situations is to learn and to forgive. And that is why he is a shining example of forgiveness from Broad River Elementary. Thank you.
Okay, next, we had a proclamation for Lupus Awareness Month, but no one is here, so we'll move on to the next one, a proclamation proclaiming May 2026 as National Preservation Month.
We have to pass it.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. I'm sorry.
Motion
We'll
to
go back
approve.
to the Lupus Awareness Month. All in favor?
Motion to approve.
Got a second?
Second.
Yeah, all in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay. All right, next we'll move on to a proclamation proclaiming May 2026 as National Preservation Month.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, all in favor, signify by saying aye.
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 Okay.
Whereas preservation groups, businesses, and civic organizations across America celebrate historic preservation during the month of May through events that promote and honor historic places and heritage tourism and demonstrate social, cultural, and economic benefits of historic preservation. We understand that historic preservation fosters community pride, revitalizes and retains the livability of neighborhoods, promotes sensitivity and sustained development. And whereas historic preservation is a major component of the city's tourism economy, and with more than 750,000 visitors annually, we are attracted to the Beaufort Riverfront location, climate, architecture, and history. In 1944, the John Mark Vadera House was slated for demolition when a group of forward-thinking citizens came together as the city's earliest preservationists to rescue the 1804 federal period structure located in the historic core business district, launching Beaufort's preservation movement. And whereas Historic Beaufort Foundation was chartered in June of 1965 to preserve, protect, and present sites and artifacts of history, architecture, and cultural interest in Beaufort County, South Carolina. Whereas Beaufort National Register Historic District was designated as the National Historic Landmark in 1973, the same year National Preservation Week was first proclaimed by resolution on May 5th, 1973. And whereas the 2026, the Beaufort community continues to celebrate the importance of our shared history and demonstrates its commitment to historic preservation and the need to cherish the unique sense of place Beaufort provides. Whereas in the 250th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence, we recognize sites and artifacts that reflect the full complexity of American history through culture and communities. Now, therefore, the City of Beaufort hereby proclaim the month of May 2026 as National Preservation Month in Beaufort, South Carolina, and urge the citizens of Beaufort to join in recognizing the critical role that historic preservation plays in our city and our economy, and to celebrate the benefits of preservation year-round. Congratulations.
Mayor and Council, thank you so much for this opportunity. I want to recognize Rob Montgomery, who is the chairman of the Board of Trustees for Historic Beaufort Foundation. Don't know if he wants to say a few words, but I did want to thank the city for their support all of these years for the preservation of our architecture, of our history, and of our culture within this community. And I think it's important to note that preservation isn't just about saving old buildings. It's about the people. It's about the history. It's about the culture. And it's about the community. The things that really make a difference to us and create the quality of life and create that sense of place that we can recognize. When we leave Beaufort, we know Beaufort is home. When we come back, Beaufort is something that remains in our memories, something that remains in our blood. And I think communities across the nation, residents are exactly the same. We love Beaufort. We love its culture. And I think today was a perfect opportunity to see, with the celebration of National History Month as well, and the efforts of the Battery Creek National History Team, that history still resonates within our community, and that it's a part of our youth, and it will continue as a part of what we do with our daily lives to ensure our quality of life and that sense of place. So thank you. And the mayor did ask that I mention July 1st this year, very exciting. Gary Robin Smith, who is a Shakespearean actor, renowned with the Chautauqua Institute, is going to be here in interpretation of Benjamin Franklin. And it's a part of the Carolina Day celebration. Historic Beaufort Foundation is proud to be partnering with the City of Beaufort and the 250th Beaufort County Committee to bring Benjamin to the community. And there will be a planting of the sapling of the Liberty Tree. And so that will happen in the Henry C. Chambers Waterfront Park at 2 p.m. on July 1st. And more information will be coming out about that to invite the community to come and recognize the Day of Liberty and the Day of Independence for our nation, as well as an opportunity for our community to come together again for a significant event in Beaufort's history. So thank you very much.
At 2 p.m., right?
Thank you, Mayor Cromer and Councilman. I just want to say you can't really celebrate preservation if you don't have anything to preserve. And Beaufort certainly has a rich cultural history that is tangibly linked to our architectural fabric that our historic district preserves. And we're also really blessed with the property owners who take care of that history for us. And HBF is proud to be able to assist them in their restorations and team with the city in protecting that great resource of the city. Thank you.
Thank you, Rob. Next is a proclamation proclaiming May 4th through 8th, 2026 as Teacher Appreciation Week.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, all in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Whereas teachers collaborating with parents have dedicated their efforts to ensure that children build the knowledge and skills necessary to be successful in their continued education, careers, and lives. Whereas teachers play a crucial role in the development of all student populations, and must continually adapt to meet the ever-changing needs of our children through their education experience. Whereas teachers help children explore their talents, pursue their passions and interests, and provide the support necessary to help them lead successful and fulfilling lives. Whereas teachers spend countless hours preparing lessons, evaluating student progress, collaborating to improve student learning, and serving as volunteers in our community. Whereas the City of Beaufort is invested in both today's and the next generation of teachers who will lead our students into the future. Whereas many successful people in the Beaufort community know a great teacher who made a difference in their lives and the life of a loved one. And we thank those teachers during Teacher Appreciation Week and always. Now therefore, the City Council of the City of Beaufort proclaims May 4th through the 8th as Teacher Appreciation Week and encourages all members of the community to join us in personally expressing appreciation to our teachers for their dedication and devotion to their work. Congratulations.
Very briefly, it seems that the word appreciation really doesn't tell the story, does it, teachers? What dedication, what courage, what willingness to share their lives as models for future citizens. And that's what the League wants to do. That the teachers that we are honoring today have been more than gracious in allowing us into their territory so that we could interact with the students to register and encourage future voters so that we can make this democracy the democracy that it was meant to be. Thank you, thank you, thank you, teachers.
Okay, next is a proclamation proclaiming May 6th through 12th as National Nurses Week.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, all in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay. Mike,
Whereas nurses in the United States constitute our nation's largest healthcare profession, and whereas the depth and breadth of the nursing profession meets different and emerging healthcare needs of the American population in a wide range of settings, including the front line of the pandemic. And whereas the American Nurses Association, celebrating its 130th anniversary as the voices of nurses in this country, is working to chart a new course for a healthy nation that relies on increasing access to primary and preventative health care and better utilization of all of the nation's nursing resources. Whereas professional nursing is an indispensable component of the safety and quality of care in hospitalized and non-hospitalized patients. The demand for nursing services will be greater than ever because of the aging of the American population, emerging health challenges, the continued expansion of life-sustaining technologies, and the growth of the home health care system. More qualified nurses are needed in the future to meet the increasing complex need of healthcare consumers. And whereas nurses at Beaufort Memorial provide compassionate, high-quality, innovative care to patients across the Beaufort community, serving as an essential pillar of the region's healthcare system for over 81 years. Whereas, along with the American Nurses Association, has declared May 6th through the 12th as National Nurses Week, with the theme of Power of Nurses, in appreciation for nurses' unparalleled impact and their contribution to healthcare, and an open invitation to celebrate the power of nurses to enrich our lives and the world we live in. Now, therefore, the City Council of the City of Beaufort hereby proclaim May 12th through the 6th through the 12th, 2026 as National Nurses Week in Beaufort, South Carolina. I encourage the residents of Beaufort to celebrate nurses' accomplishments and efforts to improve our healthcare system and show appreciation for those serving at Beaufort Memorial, not just during this week, but every opportunity throughout the year. Congratulations.
Thank you, guys. Mayor Cromer, City Council. Thank you for having us here. Today is the last day of Nurses Week. We've had a fun celebration. As you heard, Beaufort Memorial has been here for 81 years. My name is Ashley Hildreth. I'm the Assistant Chief Nursing Officer, and I've spent a quarter of that time of my career at Beaufort Memorial. It is very important to us that you all appreciate what we're doing, understand that it is an honor and an absolute passion for every nurse to be able to have a seat at the bedside, to take care of you, to take care of our city, and anyone who shows up at those doors. So thank you for having us here today. Thank you for the recognition, and thank you for giving us that honored seat at the bedside. We appreciate you all. Thanks.
Thank you.
I just want to say a special thank you. A lot of people don't realize why this is the National Nurses Week. May 6th was Florence Nightingale's birthday, which is why it coincides with her birthday every year. Just want to say thank you for all you do.
Thank you. Next is a proclamation proclaiming May 10th through 16th as National Hospital Week.
So moved.
Good segue.
Second.
There seems to be a theme in May here.
All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Whereas hospitals and health systems across the U.S. serve a vital pillar of their communities, providing essential life-saving care and promoting the health and well-being of all residents. The dedicated professionals working in hospitals, including physicians, nurses, technicians, support staff, and administrators, demonstrate unwavering commitment, compassion, and expertise in meeting the diverse and evolving healthcare needs of patients. Whereas hospitals play a critical role in emergency preparedness, public health response, and ongoing care coordination, including serving on the front line during public health crises and pandemics. And whereas the strength of our health system depends on the collaboration and innovation with the hospital teams who continuously strive to improve quality, safety, and access to care. And whereas the demand for hospital services continue to grow due to our aging population, advances in medical technology, and the increasing complexity of healthcare needs. And hospitals are essentially not only for treating illness and injury, but also for advancing community health through education, prevention, and outreach initiatives. And whereas the staff at Beaufort Memorial provide compassionate, high-quality, innovative care to patients across Beaufort community, serving as an essential pillar of the region's healthcare system for over 81 years. Whereas National Hospital Week is celebrated May 10th through the 16th, recognizing the invaluable contributions of hospitals and healthcare workers, and honoring their dedication to caring for patients and strengthening communities. Now, therefore, the City Council of the City of Beaufort do hereby proclaim May 6th, 10th through the 16th as National Hospital Week. In Beaufort, South Carolina, encourage the residents of Beaufort to celebrate the contribution of hospitals and their staff and express their gratitude and appreciation for the commitment, service, and compassion of all hospital workers, especially those serving at Beaufort Memorial, not just during the week, but every opportunity throughout the year. Congratulations.
What's that? I feel like we're hogging the mic today, so I'll keep my comments brief. I am humbled to accept this on behalf of Beaufort Memorial and its 1,800 caregivers, and we very much appreciate the partnership and the commitment from the city, police department, fire department. The relationships are strong, and we very much say thank you for everything that you do to support Beaufort Memorial and what we do. Thank you.
Thank you. And last but not least, a proclamation proclaiming May 16th through 22nd, 2026 as National Safe Boating Week.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, all in favor, signify by saying aye.
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 Anyone here to accept?
Yes. Whereas the United States Power Squadron, through its local Beaufort Sail and Power Squadron America's Boating Club of Beaufort, is joining with the Beaufort City Council in promoting education about safe boating for all the citizens. And whereas 75% of all persons that go overboard drown, and that 67 of those were reported to have been able to swim. And whereas the vast majority of these accidents are caused by human error or poor judgment and not due to boating equipment or environmental factors. Whereas 85% of drowning fatalities were not wearing a life jacket. And most of the boaters who lost their lives by drowning would be alive today had they worn life jackets. And whereas modern life jackets are more comfortable, more attractive, and more wearable than styles of years past and deserve a fresh look at today's boating public. Now, therefore, the City Council of the City of Beaufort, South Carolina hereby proclaim the week of May 16th through the 22nd as National Safe Boating Week and urges those who boat to boat smart, boat safe, and wear it. And do always practice safe boating habits. Sign this day. Congratulations. Thank you.
Mayor Cromer, members of council, my name is Mike Bobbitt. I serve as the executive officer of the Beaufort Sail and Power Squadron. It is my honor to come before you this evening in appreciation for this proclamation, recognizing May 16th through the 22nd as National Safe Boating Week in Beaufort. Our squadron has been part of the Beaufort community since 1961, and during those 65 years, one of our primary goals has been to promote safe boating. We believe this is an important national topic and one that is critical to boating communities such as Beaufort. 2025 statistics have not been released. However, in 2024, the U.S. Coast Guard reported 556 boating-related fatalities, which was the lowest in 50 years. Of these 556 fatalities, 423 deaths were caused by drowning. And over 85% of these drowning fatalities, the victims were not wearing a personal flotation device. To compound the matter, 75% of boating deaths occurred on boats where the operator had not received any safe boating training. We believe this is an unnecessary loss of life, and we know this community can do better. Last year, the Beaufort Power Squadron completed over 150 vessel safety checks on recreational boats throughout the Lowcountry. A vessel safety check is a complimentary inspection that ensures basic safety and operational components are in date and to standard. For vessels passing the inspection, the owner is awarded a decal to proudly display on their boat. Each year, between 50 and 80 individuals complete the America's Boating course within our squadron, earning their South Carolina Boater Education Card. Our ABC course is nationally recognized and is transferable to any state requiring a boating safety course. While we offer many other educational courses, this ABC class is the basis of all of our instruction. We encourage all boaters, regardless of experience level, to take a boater safety course, require crew members to wear a personal flotation device, and never boat under the influence. These simple steps could provide enjoyable memories on the water and not become a statistic. In closing, thank you again for Council's endorsement of Safe Boating Week here in Beaufort. The Power Squadron looks forward to our continued partnership to promote safe boating in this region. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next on the agenda is the consent agenda. Do I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, next are the minutes of the regular meeting of April 14th, 2026.
Move accept.
Second.
Okay, motion is second. Any discussion? Corrections? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, next is a special meeting and budget workshop of April 21st, 2026.
Second.
Okay, motion is second. Any corrections? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
The motion passes. Next is a special meeting minutes and work session of April 28th, 2026.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, motion is second. Any corrections? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, next is old business. This is an ordinance to amend Part 9, Chapter 1, Section 9-1008, loud and unseemly noise of the City of Beaufort Code of Ordinances. This is second and final reading.
So moved.
Second.
Get it
Motion and a
loud and
second.
unseemly.
Any discussion?
Let her talk. Then let her talk.
Oh, I'm sorry. Chief?
Hello. Good evening, Mayor, Council, staff, and citizens. Thank you very much for having me. As you know, this is the second reading of the loud and unseemly noise ordinance before you with edits.
I have some suggested amendments to the ordinance.
Okay.
And I'm going to do them, I guess, one at a time. It will probably be easier. I move to amend sections A1 and A2 to become one new A1 that will read as follows. Any sound, including amplified music or any sound devices made that exceeds 70 decibels, which is either measured or plainly audible from a distance of 50 feet. That would be the change for 1 and 2.
Second.
Well, real quick, so the last part there where you said it is measured at 50 feet and it's either plainly audible?
Either measured by decimeter or plainly audible from a distance of 50 feet.
Okay, because 70 decibels would be plainly audible by, if measured with a decimeter from 50 feet away, so I don't know.
As long as it doesn't exceed 70, it's not violating.
Okay.
Is that what you meant?
Yeah, I just didn't know what we were putting the plainly audible and the
Yeah,
measured
I
distance
just,
in there
we
for.
were giving them the flexibility of having more. But I'm open to an adjustment on that because I merged the two in that verbiage.
I guess just, because I'm okay, and I know that we had compromised at 75 decibels before. I went down there on Saturday to listen to the guy that was playing the acoustic guitar down by the clock and measured him with the app that I have, and it was about 65 to 70, and I felt like it was the perfect to where it didn't overtake the environment, but you could still hear it. So I'm fine dropping it down to 70, but I don't know that, for me, that there's
So what
value in doing.
verbiage- What verbiage would you be more comfortable?
I would just strike the plainly audible, so then it was, if it was measured from 50 feet away with a decimeter, then you would, if it exceeded 70 decibels, that would be what's prohibited.
Okay. I'm okay with that.
Any other
Well, you
discussion?
need to remove your amendment and redo it.
I don't have, can I just adjust it? Come on,
Okay.
just let me adjust it. We'll do it, we'll strike out the, which is plainly, I know, we'll strip out the either measured part and just have plainly audible. Is that okay with you, Chief?
Yes, sir.
I'll second
So
it.
it would read, yeah.
Read it again.
Any sound including amplified music or any sound devices made that exceeds 70 decibels, which is plainly audible from a distance of 50 feet. Okay,
Is that right? Thought it was gonna be, which exceeds 70 decibels when measured from the property line. Or measured from 50 feet away.
50 feet. I mean, it was a combination and I just consolidated them all to 50 feet and all plainly audible
Okay.
to try to make it easier in practice.
You need to vote on the
For the
amendment.
record, one more time, just so we all have it.
Any sound, including amplified music or any sound devices made that exceeds 70 decibels, which is plainly audible from a distance of 50 feet.
Okay, we need to vote on the amendment first.
Okay, there's an amendment on the floor. Have a second.
Already
He already
seconded.
seconded it.
We need
Any
to,
other discussion on the amendment? Okay, hearing none, all in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, hearing none, motion passes. I guess we're gonna hold off to you have others you're gonna do? We have to do this all at one
So
time?
we're gonna do them one at a time, so we should pass this amendment.
Okay. So we have to go back to the original amendment again. I mean, the
Just call,
original.
yeah, just call the question on the amendment.
Okay, all in favor of the amendment as, the ordinance as amended, signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Hearing none.
Okay. A5 now will become A4 as the numbers of 1 and 2 consolidated to be number 1. That will read as follows. The use of a motor vehicle in a manner which emits loud and unseemly noise to include rapid revving of engine, unnecessary honking of horn, or amplified music or sound devices, or making any noise that is plainly audible for a distance of 50 feet.
Second.
Motion is second. Any discussion on the amendment? Hearing none, all in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, back to the original ordinance as amended. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay.
All right, Aaron? What was that
Seems
for?
like going back, the original ordinance as amended, because we're amending it again, right?
Okay.
I mean, I don't know.
Do we need to do that?
I'm gonna bring up,
That's what I was hoping we'd do,
That's what I
go
thought.
through them all and then make it one. Yeah.
As amended.
Gotcha. Thank you.
real quick, Mike, before you leave that, because you changed the numbering there, but I don't see anything in your amendments, and maybe I'm missing it, that addresses the nighttime hours. And I was thinking, leave that numbering the way that it was, basically combine 1 and 2, but then in 2 spot, have the language that delineates the two, and I'm prepared to make that amendment if you don't have anything, or if you are, then that's fine too.
Which part?
Just between the. 9
It would, yeah, the
PM and 8
nighttime
PM,
hours, yeah.
9 PM and 8 AM. is that it?
I was,
Or would you
I was
like-
gonna say 10, yeah, 10 PM.
Well, that's in the music district and that's under another section.
No,
No, this
that what
is
you're talking
resident,
about?
in residential area,
Okay.
city. Is that correct?
that's right. It would basically be the second bullet there, and it would say any sound made between the hours of 10 PM and 8 AM, which is plainly audible from a distance of 50 feet from its source.
Okay, you're going back to number one, right?
Um,
Put them in one and A and two and adding
it would be where 2 is. So we just rolled,
any sound including amplified music or any sound devices made that exceeds 70 decibel.
we combined 1 and 2. And then 2 becomes the delineation between daytime and nighttime.
Yeah, I like that.
Okay,
Because it's nowhere else in there.
I'm okay with that.
Okay.
Do you want to propose
Wanna-
that?
You wanna
Sure.
Read that amendment.
Well, wait, I think don't we have,
We have several others, yeah.
no, wait, I don't, did we make a motion on this one?
Has changed yet?
No, we haven't done that yet, right?
No, there was a motion to do your second amendment, which looks like it was the, honking horn amplified music. Yeah,
Okay,
yeah, that
so
one. Emits loud and unseemly noise to include rapid
Make-
revving.
then I guess make your motion to amend amendment one.
Did we address
I
your,
mean-
we didn't fully close out the last,
No, we're fine, but you're going to make an emotion to add a number two?
correct.
Okay, so the numbers will change on my second ones, my later ones. Okay,
Okay.
that's fine.
So with that, I'd make a motion to amend section 9-1008A2 to read any sound made between the hours of 10 PM and 8 AM, which is plainly audible from a distance of 50 feet from its source.
And put a decibel level in there?
No, not for the nighttime. It was
For the
the,
nighttime.
anything
anything
plainly
after the
audible for
hours.
the
Got it.
nighttime.
Read it again?
Sure. Any sound made between the hours of 10 PM and 8 AM, which is plainly audible from a distance of 50 feet from its source.
Second?
Okay, got a second? All in favor of the amendment, signify by saying aye.
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 Okay. Any others?
Are you?
I
Joe?
have some, or if you have some.
Let me finish.
Okay.
And then you can go. Move to amend section B2 to read, that would be under the exceptions section. B2, the sound produced by the use of equipment owned or operated by federal, state, or local governments, including but not limited to emergency response vehicles, law enforcement vehicles, EMS vehicles, fire district response vehicles, and city contracted services.
Second.
A motion and a second, any discussion on it? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay,
Amend section B3 to read as follows. The sound produced by construction machinery, heavy-duty equipment, and machines and equipment used for construction, repair, cleaning, and maintenance of buildings, streets on public and private premises when operated between the hours of 8 AM and 9 PM.
do I have a second?
Real quick before that gets a second, I don't mind giving it a second, but I just want to talk about that back end time there. Do we want to extend this to 9 PM or keep that at the 7 PM?
No, it's always been 9
It's
PM.
always been, and we want to keep
8
that
to
at
9
9?
is always
Nine.
been.
Okay.
9, yeah, 9
I would
o'clock
second
ordinance.
that then.
Change something on that?
That was exactly how the original ordinance was.
Oh, okay.
I just removed the city contractor services from it.
Okay, we have
Did we vote?
we have a second. Any more discussion on it? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Okay,
Amend section B8, the first line to read as follows. Any amplified music or sound devices which exceed 70 decibels, which is played in the nighttime music district between 10 PM and 1 AM on Friday and Saturday nights. The boundaries of the Nighttime Music District will be inserted there to, that's not a change. Do you want me to read that?
For the public, you might want to read it.
That will require me to find it.
The nighttime music district is defined as being bounded on the north by Bay Street, on the east by Carteret Street, on the south by the Beaufort River, and on the west by the downtown marina and the downtown marina parking lot.
And that is B8 in total.
Okay, do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay,
And add B9 to the read as follows. This would be an addition, which is the end portion of what was originally B8. The sound produced by an electrical generator when that generator is being used to provide electricity to a dwelling unit or business to which electricity is temporarily, that's easy for you to say, it's temporarily not being provided by the public utility as a result of inclement weather, natural disaster, or other emergency situation beyond the control of the owner or occupant of the dwelling unit or business.
Second.
okay, any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Councilman Scaletti, you had some?
That's it.
Or was that it?
Well, the funny thing about talking about something as many times as we've talked about this is my amendments were exactly the same as yours, barring the one. So
That's good.
we're good.
Okay, now, we'll roll this all into one. All in favor of the ordinance as amended, all those amendments signify by saying aye.
Aye.
That passes.
Thank you so much, Mayor and Council.
It's done.
Thank you.
Feels like I just had a child and I don't know it.
Hallelujah, right, Chief?
Okay, next we have an ordinance amending Part 7, Licensing and Regulation, Chapter 13, Hospitality Fee. This is second reading.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, motion is second. Alan, you want to brief the public on what we're doing?
Yeah, good evening, Mayor and Council. This is a second reading for the hospitality fee ordinance change. The main parts that change is from the 1.1% distribution to nonprofits to now to the city's designated hospitality association. Happy answering questions you may have about this.
Questions? Okay. All in favor of the ordinance amending Part 7, Chapter 13, Hospitality Fee, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion passes. Okay, next is an ordinance authorizing and approving First Amendment to a certain 2024 series ordinance dated January 9, 2024, and other matters relating thereto. This is second and final reading. Do I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, motion is second. Alan, you want to?
Yeah, this bond series ordinance allows us to add the waterfront park as a project in addition to Southside Park and Washington Street Park on the revenue bonds from 2024. Happy to answer questions you may have.
Okay, any questions for Alan? Hearing none, all in favor of the ordinance, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay. Next is an ordinance to amend the City of Beaufort Ordinance 2025/13 regarding the fiscal year 2025-26. City of Beaufort budget to provide for revenues and expenditures of Parks and Tourism Fund and Capital Projects Fund. Second and final reading.
So moved.
Second.
Your motion is second. Alan, you want to?
Yeah, this is a budget amendment for the Waterfront Park Relief and Platform Project, an additional $75,000 to fund that project.
Okay. Any discussion? Okay, hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay,
I'm going to be opposed to that one, well, was last time as well for the same reasons.
okay.
One opposed,
4-1. Okay, next, under new business, we have a public hearing and a first reading on an ordinance to provide for the levy of taxes for the city of Beaufort for fiscal year beginning July 1, 2026 and ending June 30th, 2027, to provide execution of and put into effect the consolidated budget and to provide for budgetary control of the city's fiscal affairs. Do I have a motion? Excuse me, I'm going to open the public hearing. Is Does anyone wish to speak? Alan, you want to give us a briefing beforehand, or?
Yeah, just the notice of public hearing was published in the Beaufort Gazette on April 28th. This is regarding the fiscal year 27 budget ordinance.
Okay. Thank you. Anyone wish to speak? Yes, ma'am. Ms. Lamarcus?
Mayor, can I recommend that we maybe have council discussion, and then if we have somebody that wants to add something to that, then they could at least have what,
That's fine.
okay.
Okay. Council, any discussion on the budget? I know we all have something.
Yes, and I think
Mr.
if
Mayor?
there's a presentation.
Mr. Mayor, wouldn't it be proper to have the hearing first and then the council
That's
discuss
what I
it?
thought we were supposed to do, the hearing first.
That's what I thought.
Okay.
The hearing has to be closed before we discuss it.
Ms. Lamarcus, did you want to speak anyway? The budget was published. What it is, we have to have a public hearing. I know, well, it's supposed to be a public hearing and then the thing. Graham, you can. Oh, I know it, but that's just the way it's supposed to be, is it?
Not going to change it.
Well, I would like to have the thing told first. Can we do that, Scott?
Mayor, it's my understanding that to follow state statute, the public hearing occurs before the item is read.
Okay.
I'm sorry? We've had public comment already. This would be public hearing on the matter.
Can we look that up real quick, just to make sure?
Yes, thank you.
Asking Van be speaking during the. Nothing preventing him from stuff right now.
See which is proper. I personally, I think you ought to have the budget. That's true, we'll find out.
If it helps, or if you, just while you're looking, Scott, what I see is public hearings must
Right.
precede final action.
Right, I just discovered that myself. So the item is introduced on the agenda. A motion and second are made to bring the item before the body. Public hearing is open, public comment hearing occurs, hearing is closed. Debate amendments by the Board of Council and final votes. That's the typical fashion, but Councilman Scaletti is correct. As long as the public hearing is held before final action is taken, it's legal.
Okay, well, let's hear the budget and then do that. Yes, ma'am. We're gonna have the budget so you can. Sure, sure. We hope not.
Good evening, Mayor and Council, citizens of Beaufort, members of the public. The proposed fiscal year 2027 consolidated budget totals $73,398,312, reflecting a disciplined and balanced approach to advancing the city's priorities while maintaining fiscal stability. Of this total, $26,482,089 is dedicated to capital expenditures, underscoring our continued investment in infrastructure
facilities, and long-term community assets. The budget represents a modest increase of $266,275 over the fiscal year 2026 adopted budget of $73,132,037. The city's millage rate remains unchanged at 73.9 mils, reinforcing our commitment to maintaining stability for property owners. At the same time, the value of a mill has increased to $153,274, up $21,389 from fiscal year 26. As a result, property tax revenue is projected at $11,547,464, which represents an increase of $1.578 million over the FY26 budgeted amount of $9,969,000. This growth allows the city to address rising costs while avoiding an increase in millage rate. The budget is directly tied to the city's adopted strategic plan for FY26-27 and advances each of its 5 key focus areas: a safe and vibrant city, investments in public safety staffing, including 3 new patrolman 3 positions, and the creation of a community response team supporting proactive policing and neighborhood engagement. Continued funding for parks, waterfront access, and community program reinforces our commitment to quality of life and cultural vitality. Managing infrastructure growth and protecting natural resources. Significant capital funding, including nearly $1 million for the waterfront park relieving platform, and continued investment in drainage infrastructure supports long-term resiliency, infrastructure maintenance, and environmental stewardship. Economic development and innovation. Strategic partner funding, including the Beaufort Digital Corridor, Beaufort County Economic Development Corporation, and the Convention and Visitors Bureau, supports business development, tourism, and innovation while preserving Beaufort's historic character. Fiscal sustainability. Maintaining the millage rate, introducing diversified revenue sources such as the vehicle tag fee and short-term rental license fee, and establishing a debt service fund, all reflect a commitment to responsible financial management and long-term stability. Organizational excellence. Continued investment in employee compensation, leadership development, and operational transparency ensure a high-performing organization committed to delivering exceptional service. A key addition in FY27 is the introduction of a $32 annual vehicle tag fee, which will fund approximately $325,000 in roadway-related services, including maintenance of SCDOT rights-of-way and street sweeping. These are ongoing obligations tied directly to the use of our transportation network. Generating this same level of revenue through property taxes alone would require adding a little over 2 mills to the city's millage rate. The vehicle tag fee provides a more balanced approach by distributing costs more broadly among those who utilize the system, including renters, and establishes a closer connection between service use and funding. The FY27 budget also includes a $1,000 annual short-term rental license fee. This helps us align regulatory costs and establishes an additional revenue stream to support operating costs without adding to the ad valorem tax burden. We also continue to support our workforce through a 2% cost of living adjustment and an up to 2% merit increase. These modest adjustments follow the significant compensation improvement implemented last year following the classification and compensation study. Additionally, a 3% increase in employee health insurance costs will be absorbed by the city, with no increase passed on to its employees. All of these features augment our ability to recruit and retain a high-performing labor force. The budget invests in strategic partnerships that leverage additional funding and expand community impact, including $150,000 for the Housing Repair Assistance Program. This is a 50% increase over FY26 that will directly benefit qualifying homeowners while supporting broader housing stability efforts. The release of $2.9 million from the TIF2 fund balance will support critical capital needs, including municipal facility improvements, public safety enhancements, parking solutions, and advancement of the First South Carolina Volunteers of African Descent Memorial Park. The Henry C. Chambers Waterfront Park, our crown jewel, remains a primary focus in FY27 with nearly $1 million allocated from Parks and Tourism Revenue Bond proceeds to restore access to the relieving platform. While these funds were originally intended for Southside Park improvements, the city will pursue community development block grant funding to advance those improvements and to continue the development of the First South Carolina Volunteer of African Descent Memorial Park. Our major stormwater drainage projects will continue to be funded through grants and are anticipated to reach completion later this calendar year, reflecting our ability to leverage external funding to address critical infrastructure challenges. Developing this budget required thoughtful collaboration and difficult decisions. At the outset, identified needs exceeded projected revenues by approximately $3 million. Through careful prioritization, compromise, and collective effort, we have achieved a balanced budget that continues to advance council's priorities. I extend my sincere appreciation to our finance director and department directors for their diligence and professionalism throughout this process, and to city council for their patience and engagement during our budget workshops. This collaborative effort ensures that the FY27 budget reflects both fiscal responsibility and strategic intent. Together, we remain committed to preserving and enhancing the quality of life that makes the city of Beaufort truly the best part of the Lowcountry. This budget is respectfully submitted for your consideration.
Okay, now you want to have discussion, and then we'll have the public hearing afterwards. So I'm going to open it up to the floor. First of all, I'd like to make some comments on the budget. I'd like to adjust a few things. One is we've added $75,000 for a comprehensive plan update. Really, all we need to do is a review. The update's done every 10 years. This is a 5-year review. I think this can be done in-house with Kurt and with the Planning Commission. And I also think that if we need to, we can use the COG as to get a lot of information from them to update it, and we can save $75,000 or a good portion of that money for that. Also, you've already mentioned something about reducing $100,000 in our legal fee budget for the general fund. I think that would probably be a good thing because we always can do a budget amendment if we need to later on.
That's already reflected in the budget
Oh,
that's
it is?
presented to you
Okay.
tonight. Yes, sir.
Okay, and then for the 3 police patrolmen, I want to hire them, but what I would like to do is stagger those hire dates. I know you've got it for 1 officer starting in October 1st, 2 officers on January 1st. I'd like to stagger the 3rd officer in the next quarter so that we can generate more savings and see where we are financially, revenue-wise on that, to bring them on board. And then, let's see what else. I'm not in favor of the tag fee. I think I mentioned that before. I think as far as our right-of-way maintenance, for those who don't know, we cannot get money from the state. They will not reimburse you. So you're chasing a dog just run away. But what I'd like to see us do is look at our contracts with our providers, our contractors, and see if we can't do that maintenance instead of every week with the cost of gas the way it is, every other week or something like that. It's not going to get shabby, but if we had to wait on the state to cut that grass, it'd be 18 inches tall. We can't allow that. But also, I'd like to look at full cost accounting for our events. We do a lot of stuff free for a lot of organizations, and I don't mind doing that, but it does come at a cost. And so we've got to start looking at those costs. And we may need to look at even going to overtime caps, looking at that. Is that going to be a problem? Is that something caused by all these events that we're having? Whatever the true cost of service is, we need to take a hard look at it. And that includes garbage. And I heard that mentioned earlier this evening. We have held that constant for how many years now?
This will be the 3rd year.
3rd year. It's got to start paying for itself. And if that's what we have to do, we have to have these minimal increases so we can cover that because it's tight. But those are a couple of things that I had down here. I'll open it up to the rest of council. If your microphone.
Being that the state's not maintaining those roads now in the city. Is Public Works doing it now?
That is correct, but I want to be very clear. The state does maintain them, but on their own schedule.
I see.
And that schedule is not up to the standards that we would like for our residents and our visitors to the city. And so it becomes a level of service issue. It's a level of service that you would or would not have the willingness to provide.
That's why I mentioned 18 inches. Might be that long before they get to cut it.
Mayor, I'd also like to ask, would you like Alan to take you through the rest of the budget, the nuts and bolts? Or would you like to continue discussion? It's entirely up to you.
What's council's?
I'd prefer Alan.
Okay.
I've got a question. Okay, suppose we do some of the cuts the mayor proposes, the 75,000 with the comprehensive plan, we pretty much cut the right of way in half by doing it every other week. So that would bring it down to how much, if we were to cut that, the tag fee, that would cut it to half of what, I mean, the amount. So what was the amount, total amount, 300?
$325,000.
325. Okay, so we take the 75,000 out of there too. So we cut it in half, and then we take the 75,000.
Stagger the police officers.
And so how much savings is that we,
Respectfully, Councilman, we would need to examine the contract that we have in place
okay,
with the people who perform the maintenance to know if that would be a breach of contract or not.
okay.
I don't know what the frequency is.
I'm
of the
just wondering
contract.
whether this would bring it down where
As far
we,
as our own crew.
Yeah, as far as our own crews, we could, yes.
I'm just wondering whether or not we might be able to avoid the tag fee by doing these cuts.
Anyone else?
Well, I have comments, but,
You want to hear from Alan first, or?
doesn't matter. I can do it
It's
either
up-
way,
It's the will of council, so.
whatever you want to do.
All right, why don't you go ahead, Alan, and then we'll discuss it further.
It's kind of. Kind of do a run through, as the city manager mentioned, the overall budget is $73.3 million. Here's the highlights as far as mills rate still stays the same. We have an increased mill value up to 153,000. This does include a capital project budget of 25.5 million and 125,000 for the housing repair program, which you may remember that's an increase of $50,000 from our April work session meetings. The 2% COLA for city employees and up to 2% merit increase for performance evaluations, and then 3% increase for healthcare, which is absorbed by the employer. And here's highlights of our strategic partners that we have listed here. Some of them are required by state law or city ordinances, and some of them are more allocations that we've been working with them over the years.
Oh, Alan,
Yeah.
could you identify which ones are, do we have leniency to do something with?
Yeah, maybe easier to say the ones that are required by state law or city ordinance is the CVB, the 402,500. That's broken up between, there are designated DMOs, so that's from state aid tax, and then from hospitality fee, those are required. And then also LOCOG, even though it's not required by state ordinance or state law or city ordinance, that is kind of a local match for a grant. That's $6,210. And same for Palmetto Breeze, $102,000. That is a local match for a grant funding opportunity for that. But all the other ones, I believe, do not have any, are not required by city ordinance or state law.
Real quick, Alan, just looking at this page versus the page 9 or whatever it was, it says $183,197 for the housing trust, and the other language said $150,000.
Yeah.
What's the difference there?
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned that. The amount, the difference of about 33,000. That's the from affordable housing from state aid tax. That is our requirement based on our 10-year agreement that we have with them. And so kind of, we want to show everything all together. So the $150,000 is the assistant program, and the remaining balance is that affordable housing commitment that's divided over municipalities as well throughout the county. Questions? So then includes the 3 new positions that's partially funded through the COPS hiring grants. We mentioned about the $32 tag fee, and then the $1,000 annual short-term rental license fee, and then also the establishment of our debt service fund. Next steps is our second and final reading will take place on June 9th. And then some of our changes that we've made from our April work sessions is the additional $75,000 for the comprehensive plan update that we were planning doing kind of a joint kind of outsource, but also have a little bit in-house work as far as that goes. And then additional $50,000 for the home repair program, and then reduce legal fees by $100,000 in the city council budget. And right now we have the staggered hire dates for the 3 police patrolman 3 officers, 1 starting in October and 2 starting in January. So that generates a savings of about $98,000 between the general fund and parks and tourism funds. And then we also have changed to finance the parking stations over 3 years for a budget savings of this fiscal year of $52,000. And that will give us all new parking stations all throughout the city. Here's a breakdown by fund. I know it's kind of hard to see, but we'll go in more detail by fund of the $73.5 million. Kind of a breakdown of our overall revenues, mostly is from our general fund, and also our capital project fund, which is mostly from our grants for our capital projects. And then our expenditures, 36% is made up of the capital project fund, and then 30% is for salaries and benefits. Here's our overall revenue summary. We'll go into a little more detail by fund. Here's kind of highlights again about the millage rate, the tag fee, and the short-term rental amount. Here's our expenditure budget summary by categories for our various funds, and also showing the differences between original budget and this year's budget, or last year's budget and this year's budget. Here's the highlights. We mentioned, I think most of these already, includes a increase of salary benefits about $1.5 million or 7.3%. And overall operations about $12.6 million. And then with debt, now everything is being included in our debt service fund. As far as our general fund revenues, you'll see that the property taxes shows a decrease, but that's because our debt mill is now reflected in our debt service fund. So overall property tax increase about $1.5 million. That's because of new growth in the city with market housing developments, and along with increased shopping developments at Beaufort Station. Our licenses has decreased $158,000. That's because our business license have decreased overall license have decreased $158,000. That's because $400,000 from business licenses. And then also it increased the short-term rental licenses included here, the $242,000 as well. So those net out to a decrease of $158,000. Then our permits decreased $199,000 from more one-time building permits as developers were recognized in previous years. Right now, our charges for services includes the garbage collection fee of $270 per year, plus the tag fee of $322,000. And you'll see the intergovernmental revenue increased due to the increase from the town of Port Royal Fire Services based on the compensation study results. And then the issuance of capital lease was just a one-time thing for our fire truck purchase. So we decreased that by $833,000. You'll see we're using fund balance for capital equipment, which includes new police weapons of $113,000, $36,000 for a police drug spectrometer, Fire department, $48,000 for SCBA, and then $75,000 for streetlight upgrades. And then we're also using $375,000 for Duke Street construction project. Here's overall with property taxes, kind of showing that the breakdown by the different categories. Overall millage, assessed value has increased over real property, personal property, and vehicle as well. We're using 2.6%. The millage cap for CPI is what we are allowed to use, and we're using 2.5%. The overall millage stays the same. We did increase operating mill by 1.5 mil, then we decreased our debt mill by 1.5 mil as well. And then we kept the 2 reserve mill as well to show the 73.9. Here's some highlights of our significant revenues for business licenses, building permits, and charges for services. Here's our general fund expenditures category. Here's a little more broken down by department. We did go into a little more detail during the April 28th work session. I'll hit maybe just a few of the highlights. City council, or some of the changes we made from April work session was the just increase the legal fees by $100,000. So you'll see that reflected in city council. Then you'll see some changes to the police department as well, since we staggered some of those new officers as well. Shows fire and public works, and then the GO debt is all moved to our debt service fund. Just kind of a summary of our general fund expenditures. I guess any questions about the general fund before I move to the other funds that we're kind of
Questions from council?
want to too much. All right, so then Parks and Tourism Fund shows the revenues. We are increasing hospitality tax by $100,000, but then decreasing accommodation tax, which is our local accommodation tax, by $100,000, just based on some of the trend analysis that we're seeing. Kind of some graphs of those, and then the expenditure side as well. The only thing that changed from the April work session was the police support. That shows that reflection of those staggered starts for those 3 police officers. And then also for parking, the capital, you'll show, show that amount. That's when we're financing those parking stations. Any questions about Parks and Tourism Fund? Forward. Stormwater Fund. Stormwater rate still stays the same. We're going to transfer out money for the bond payment, $495,000, and then we're using some of our remaining bond funds for some of our drainage projects, Bayer Street drainage, and also the Pigeon Point drainage study as well. Our impact fees shows us a decrease in revenues, just based on some of our one-time revenues for some of our developments. We're not seeing those coming in. And also we are using a portion of a fire truck for debt service being funded out of the fire impact fees as well. State aid tax shows kind of a slight dip in state aid tax revenues. Here's where you'll see the Affordable Housing Trust, the $33,187 to the Beaufort Jasper Housing Trust. That's where that's reflected. We're also transferring out some funds for capital projects for the Arsenal walls, Arsenal windows projects. Here's our ARPA fund. As you know, ARPA is ending into this calendar year, so we're using some available funds for the Duke Street project, the interest that we have earned, plus our CIP directors funded half a year through ARPA funds and the half a year through the city manager's department. TIF2 fund, showing expenses, mostly for capital, for projects for the PD building upfit, $150,000, $800,000 for our Fire Station 1 renovations, $1 million for the City Hall parking land acquisition and design, $250,000 for South Carolina First Volunteers Park project, and then $700,000 for our City Hall PD Court roof projects. There's our newly established debt service fund showing the property tax from our debt mill and also some transfers in from various funds, but showing all our principal interest payments now showing in one fund. There's a breakdown by salaries, by department. You see kind of the overall amount. And also benefits as well, corresponding. And then a FTE comparison showing the 3 new police officers being reflected in that. And our capital project fund, some of these are funded by grants. The total amount is to $25.5 million. Most of it is grant funded, which is $19 million. Here's a breakdown of our various grants, SCORE grant, SCIP grant, STAG grant, BRIC grant, and our FEMA grant from Hurricane Helene for those projects. And then transfers in are coming from either fund balance or remaining bond funds. Show those projects there. And then finally, the expenditure side shows our proposed expenses for these fiscal year 27 projects. Most of these are ongoing projects. There's a few new projects. The Fire Station 1 renovations is one of them. And so is the City Hall park and land acquisition and design. And then the Marina A and D dock repairs was a new project as well for this fiscal year 27. There's a breakdown by fund, kind of showing that funding. And then a new thing we added since the work session was the unfunded requirements list, showing the kind of staff's prioritization of some of the requests we received from departments. Includes emergency risk manager, includes some part-time firefighters, and includes a administrative assistant for downtown operations. These are not included in our recommended budget. And our capital equipment lists, once again, these were requested by departments, but not in our recommended budget. Includes some fire department tool, and then also some police vehicles, and then some public works, either the park remodel of TikTok Park and also a mower. And finally, the capital projects prioritize as far as unfunded projects that we have ongoing that we're trying to seek available funding sources for some of these projects as well. That was a quick run through. I don't want to go too quickly, but answer any questions or any
questions
thoughts
for Alan?
about the budget.
No questions for Alan, but I do have comments.
Okay, you want to go ahead and make your comment? Anyone else have any questions? Okay, go ahead, Councilman.
Okay. So first, I want to thank everybody that is here, and I want to thank staff for all the work that's gone into this. I'm going to address the least important of my concerns first. And I will go back to July 8th, 25, where we had an ordinance to amend the parking of the city Beaufort Code, and we had a 3-2 vote to extend the parking limit in both the library and the playground parking from 2 hours to 4 hours. We had 2 readings on that. Fast forward to February 10th of this year, we were proposed a packet that reversed that, and it turns out that the wrong version was uploaded into our packet. So we had 2 readings again to extend the hours from 2 hours to 4 hours. And now in the fee schedule of this budget, those limits are back to 2 hours. So by the time this is said and done, if we put that back at 4 hours, we'll have had 6 readings on changing the time limit on the library parking lot and the playground parking lot. And I know that that may just be a clerical error, but that is not very efficient. So at some point, I will make a motion to amend that. But first, I want to get into some of the larger concerns. and I will go to April 29th of 25. I stated that for me, police, fire, public works, and our transportation and resiliency concerns rose to the top for me. And in keeping with trying to be fiscally responsible, I set out last year to identify $500,000 in the budget that could be shaved, and offered that we could either boost our aging infrastructure reserves or roll back millage and reduce the tax burden to residents, or a combination of the two. Last year, I also opposed the tag fee, and we see it again this year. In our first reading of the budget in 25, I stated that I struggled with some commitments that we were making as far as the TIF2 fund expenditures, and I felt like those funds should be used for transportation improvements. In April 28th, 2026, I expressed concerns about the proposed tag fee again, and said that this year I looked at the budget specifically trying to identify where we could defer expenditures and offset the need for a tag fee that would generate $322,000 or $325,000. Staff did recalibrate the budget, and it looks like we have reduced the budget from the last presentation to this first reading by about $125,000, but the tag fee still remains being proposed as a $32 tag fee. Looking at the updated itemized expenditure list, Alan, thank you for providing that. And I'll just make a note real quick. For the last 3 years, we have made adjustments to the way that the budget is presented, indicating that we want to improve transparency and make it easier to understand. I am probably as layman gets, and I will honestly tell you that when I look at our budget presentations, I am confused most of the time, which is exactly why I request the itemized list. I think we could probably save whatever we're paying for our transparency portal and instead just release the itemized expenditures before our budget is adopted. And I think that our residents will probably appreciate the fact that they can look at every dollar that is expended, and they would have time to react and respond to that and provide feedback before the budget is adopted. At any rate, looking at that itemized list and still seeing that we are funding $15,000 for Placer AI, which we already get from CVB and the chamber, $12,000 for storytelling, and $8,000 for additional trash cans for the pilot social district. I do believe that we could have shaved more off than we did. Either way, I also understand that it's very easy up here to point out things that I feel like could be done differently. The hard part comes when you have to try to provide a solution to offset that, right? So if you just strike the tag fee, now you've got to come up with $300,000 or more to make up that difference, and I recognize that. So I'm going to try to offer a solution and push back a little bit on what you said, Chief, because you said fire departments really don't have a mechanism to charge more. And perhaps that's not entirely true. So thank you to my neighbor who I have not met yet from Mossy Oaks, who got up. You took a lot of the notes that I had, and I was actually going to speak to the Burns versus Greenville County, which had nearly the exact same vehicle maintenance fee. State ruled that it was illegal, and that led to suspension of road fees, but it also led to a lot of lawsuits and municipalities and counties being faced with potential refunds. And in fact, I believe that Beaufort County is still fighting their tag fee litigation case. But at any rate, and I was actually going to mention Justice Kendridge as well, who you read his quote, so I'm not going to again for the sake of time. But October 30th of 2021, Hilton Head Island resident is suing the town and Beaufort County for $227 million because of the government's road maintenance fees, citing the SC Supreme Court's recent ruling that a similar fee in Greenville County violated state law. Recognizing that, I think it's also important to point out that Act 236 was passed by the General Assembly in 2022, which attempted to fix this by broadening the statutory definition of a user fee and applying it retroactively. However, that fix itself is still being challenged in the courts. The constitutionality of the retroactive portion is currently pending before South Carolina Supreme Court. And so, given the high level of uncertainty and the real possibility of refunds and attorney fees, which from my experience are very high and could cost us a lot. My question number one is this: has the city had any discussions with the county at this point to learn whether or not the county is even willing to add a municipal fee to their tax bill, especially if they're still dealing with their own road fee lawsuit? Regardless, I believe that we should explore safer funding options before exposing the city to unnecessary risk, especially being that our legal fees have tripled in the last 3 years. So with that, I want to talk a little bit about an option that may exist for us. And this is stealing a page out of Traveler's Rest playbook, okay? They faced a situation similar to what we are facing and similar to what Port Royal is facing with the developments that are exempt from property taxes. So this is an ordinance they passed in 23 to establish fees for fire protection services for real property exempt from ad valorem taxation and to permit flat fees in lieu of the response fees. Whereas SC Code 12-37-220 provides in part that the certain properties are exempt from ad valorem taxes, city residents pay ad valorem taxes in part to provide for fire services responses to the city. Whereas certain properties exempt from ad valorem taxation are responsible for a higher than normal amount of expenses incurred by the city for the protection and services provided for those properties. Whereas City Council finds that tax-exempt properties do not contribute effectively towards the expenses associated with the response of city fire and first responses. They have in here that they charge $800 per response. That's probably close or less than what we could charge. Whereas it is physically prudent and advisable to charge a fee for fire protection services to these properties, they passed an ordinance that allowed for them to do just that. That led to an opinion produced from the Attorney General, which states, "We believe this provision gives the city authority to impose fire protection fees based on the services an exempt owner receives, allowing it to charge different property owners different amounts." That leads me to believe that there is the opportunity for us to do the very same thing, which would not only protect us from the state law that allows for these exemptions, but certain tax exempt properties would contribute effectively towards the expenses associated with their service demands without further burdening our residents, many of which as was pointed out earlier, already struggle to make ends meet in today's economy. So that is the first proposal for what I think we should look at versus a tag fee, just based on 3 of the 5 properties that are currently exempt that I'm aware of in the city. The calls requested of our fire department was in excess of 332 calls. So if we charged somewhere in the realm of $800 to $1,000, we could probably offset what we would hope to get from a tag fee. The second,
Does that address law enforcement too? Police
Just
calls or
fire.
Okay.
just fire. But if we would want to maybe look at expanding that law enforcement, I don't know if that's a possibility, but
Because we got a lot more tax exempt properties probably
I have a
coming.
question for you on that before,
Sure.
if you don't mind. Would we be billing the property owner or the resident?
the way that they have it spelled out in their ordinance is they bill the property owner.
So if a resident calls and the fire department is dispatched, we would be billing the property owner, whether it was a legitimate call or not.
Hmm.
Okay, I'm just trying to get that
And
mindset.
my suggestion would be, one, go back and read their ordinance, and two, if this is a route that administration wants to take, then have legal vet it and work out those nuances. The second proposal I would like to make is in regards to the TIF expenditures that are being proposed. I will remind council that at the beginning of this year, when we had a discussion in our strategic session, we all stated multiple times that the plate was full. With the current capital projects that we have in place now and the waterfront park, the plate is full. So with that in mind, I'm going to read just a portion of state law, and my hopes were to get clarification from Ben prior to our meeting. That didn't happen, so what I'm going to do is I'll bring this up, and then maybe we can get clarification on it later. Definitions: redevelopment project means any buildings, improvements, including street, road, and highway improvements, water, sewer, and storm drainage facilities, parking facilities, tourism, and recreation-related facilities. A redevelopment may be located outside of the redevelopment area, provided the municipality makes specific findings of benefit to the redevelopment project area, and the project area is located within the municipal limits. Cost, so the costs include without limitation, and these are the costs that could be covered by those funds: cost of studies, surveys, plans, specifications, professional service cost, including but not limited to agricultural, engineering, legal, marketing, financial planning, or special services. Cost of the construction, long-term maintenance of the redevelopment project. What is required of this is, one second. Okay. If the redevelopment project or portion of it is to be located outside of the redevelopment project area, the municipality shall by resolution make a specific finding of benefit to the redevelopment project area and provide written notice to the affected taxing district. No further action is required of the municipality. So going back to the Boundary Street redevelopment plan in 2016, which was building on the master plan from 2006, there is an explicit call for waterfront redevelopment opportunities and the creation of continuous marshfront park, which recognizes that tourism and recreation-related facilities are vital to enhancing the tax base and overall attractiveness of the district. The proposed restoration of the waterfront park would generate increased visitor traffic, and spending will directly benefit businesses and property values within the Boundary Street TIF district. Thanks to Placer AI data, which was provided by the CVB, we know that in 2023, 2024, 2025, we averaged 414,000 visitors over those 3 years, each year. So a little bit more or a little bit less. But what was noted is that 80% of those visited the waterfront park. Not downtown, but specifically the waterfront park. So with that, barring no unforeseen legal barriers, I believe it's important that we fulfill our responsibility by prioritizing our capital needs and committing available TIF funds to ensure the redevelopment of our crown jewel faces no unnecessary financial hurdles and can be restored to the highest standard possible. I would be prepared to make a motion to that end, but I just want to point out that if you go back to, can you go back to page 49 for me? That one right there, yep. So I want to point out that last year, when we were allocating funds from the TIF district, the only capital projects that were funded out of that was the $150,000 for the police department building upfit, which if that's a priority, okay, I'm not exactly sure what that is. I would say that probably could be deferred either way it goes. Last year, that was one that was funded. And the $250,000 for the SC First Volunteer Park project was on there. And the $700,000 transfer for City Hall PD roof and court roof project was on there. All of those other items were not listed as projects that were going to be funded with TIF. Fast forward, we have a conversation where we say that the plate is full, no more capital projects, and focus on Waterfront Park. And now we have the addition of $2 million of expenditures for utilizing those funds and basically completely exhausting the money that we have in our TIF fund. I do not think that that is the best use of those dollars. And so again, I would be prepared to make a motion, but I just wanted to bring that up because while there are other concerns that I have in the budget, the two biggest concerns are the tag fee, which I believe could be offset with this ordinance that was proposed, and the exhaustion of our TIF funds. And I will just point out that the Waterfront Park was not even listed on our unfunded capital projects priority list. That should be number 1 on that priority list. We are now moving into the phase of engineering, design, and permitting for that project. And while we do have the $925,000 that was recommitted from the Southside Park to Waterfront, aside from that, I don't know that we have any. And so we have the hopes of getting money from the state. We have the hopes of securing funding from our congressional district and federally. But the reality is we may not get that. And I think that we owe it to our constituents, we owe it to the community to be as best prepared as possible with the funding that we do have now. And the more that we can bring to the table, the better. I'm not an engineer at all, but from the projects that we have done since I've been here, I think it's safe to estimate that whatever our total project cost is for this, we could expect to spend 6 to 10% on engineering. And so we need to prepare for that because the $925,000 is probably not going to cover all of that. And we have to think about the next phase too, because the last thing we want to do is have momentum and then get stopped because we don't have the funding to move forward. So my suggestion would be to recommit these funds or a large portion of these funds to the waterfront. Thank you.
We do need to get legal advice on the TIF too, right? Is that what you were saying earlier?
Yes, well, yeah.
Yeah, we need to have it reviewed, see if we can do it.
I mean, yeah, the language is it's pretty clear to me, but I think Ben said that it was nuanced. I guess I'll point out this. Be that as it may, 2 of these projects, one being the $1 million purchase, land acquisition and design, and the $800,000 for Fire Station 1 renovations, both of those are outside of the original defined TIF district boundary. So either way, if we spend money on those 2 things, whatever that nuance is, we have to work around because those 2, from when I look at the boundary, those 2 expenditures are outside of it.
I think I'm gonna call for about a 10-minute break and resume back at 9 o'clock. Give people a chance to stretch their legs and use the restroom and all that, including council. So with that, we're gonna adjourn temporarily and we'll be back here at 9 o'clock. We're gonna get in session again. It is 9 o'clock. Okay, we're still on the, Councilman Scaletti, is that all you had?
That's all I had.
Okay, anyone else want to have a discussion of the budget? Anything else to add? Okay.
Tag fees may issue too, but I don't know how we can, hopefully we can get around it.
Well, I think, did you get, Alan, all the items that we mentioned, ways to cut and save?
Yeah.
Okay, between now and then, could you give us an idea of what we're talking about in terms of money, savings wise?
Yeah.
Mayor, I can't hear you over here. I don't know if your
Oh,
mic's on or
okay.
not, so.
I was asking Alan if he could go back and all the recommendations that were made in here, things that we would like cut to save on the tag fee, if he could give us a roll-up of what all that money would be. How much can we save?
That's a pretty broad direction. We are at first reading of the budget, so my recommendation to
Between now
council
and
would be
then.
to make certain amendments if you want amendments, or if you need us to study something further, like the TIF2 question, we'll be happy to study that and get the information back to you, and then an amendment could be on second reading with regard to those funds.
Okay.
But
well,
since we are in first and second reading, I would keep your inputs to amendments.
All right, well, I can't make a motion, but I'll ask for a motion to remove the $75,000.
For the budget.
Oh, for the budget, okay, I'm sorry. Oh, we have. Yeah, okay, we'll have public comment. Let's go to that right now, but I'll get with you, Alan, on some of these things.
Mayor, would you like to announce the public hearing opening?
We are already open. I don't think we ever closed,
Okay.
but who wishes to speak? I know, Graham, you did, or Paul?
First of all, kudos to Councilman Scalati for identifying, and really trying to identify some areas where the budget can be more efficient. I want to first talk a little bit about TIF2. I feel entitled to talk about TIF2 because my family's property is in the district and has contributed substantially to the TIF2 funds. We don't need a parking lot. Everyone finds a parking space here. There's no problem. Councilman Scalati is absolutely 100% correct. The main priority, if it is possible, first of all, I want a refund. The statute provides for a refund of that money. Now, I brought that up to you before. I'm saying it a little bit facetiously tonight because I know you're not going to give it to me. But I'm going to be very happy to reallocate the TIF2 money to the waterfront park where it needs to go. And basically, all of it needs to go that's not already allocated to the park itself here. The remainder of it needs to be allocated to the downtown waterfront park, which is already identified as the fundamental priority. Now, next, I want to talk a little bit about some recommendations that I have for some changes to the budget. Stop funding the South Coast Cyber Center. Stop funding the digital corridor. And stop funding the BCEDC. Those three alone total to $162,000. Cut back the proposed increase in the $50,000 increase in the housing fee and the $75,000. You've got a great planning commission, by the way. I hope you watch the meetings. I know I've been going to just about every one. I don't see many of you there. Sometimes I do, but I hope you watch it because you've got a very professional planning commission that is well qualified to handle and revisit the comp plan update. You don't need to spend that $75,000. So if you add that $50,000 in the housing fee, the $75,000 in the comp plan consultant, and add that to the 162, that's $287,000 that you can save It's not hard to do. Just chop it. You can just do it. Just do it. I mean, you would really set a wonderful precedent for this city if you begin to think that way, instead of creating additional fees like the tag fee, which is not going to be popular. You don't want to do it. So make that money up by cutting some of these other programs from partners that really aren't delivering on the partnership, in my estimation. Then a little bit of further rejiggering of the TIF2 money, and you don't have to have the tag fee. And you sure as the dickens don't need to spend, I mean, we've got big crowds out here, you know, on the sidewalk with signs every week. I wave at them all the time. And I know daggone well they're parking back here somewhere. So you don't have a parking problem. Take the $1 million out of the TIF2, at least, perhaps even more, and apply it to the waterfront park. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Ms. Lamarcus?
Thank you. I am not a budget specialist, so seeing this for the first time, I'm with you. I can't digest it that quickly and be able to ask you too many intelligent questions. I do have one. Where would I find in your revenue category income or revenue that comes from the sale of property? And you know where I'm going with that. You're about to sell a 2.271,000 piece of property. So where in the budget, I know you haven't closed, but where in the budget would that end up?
Alan, do you have any idea?
In revenue, but where? As a line item?
I'll be just on the budget side under miscellaneous revenue. We don't have it in our fiscal year 27 budget. I think we're planning on closing it this fiscal year by June 30th if we can. So that we'll bring forward a budget amendment for those additional revenues showing, yes, when those monies, but that'll be general fund revenues and pretty much will show us within our, we have a fund balance for kind of land acquisition that would kind of be included in there.
Oh, to help me find it.
Yeah, no problem.
Thank you.
No problem.
So I'll say it till I'm blue in the face, but any revenue that we get that isn't absolutely necessary for the operation, the safe and secure operation of the city should go towards the waterfront park. And some of you have said to me, we have commitments and we can't shut everything down. We have to continue. And I'm not talking about taking out of an operating budget. I'm talking about when you have a roof leak and you got to change your roof at home, how do you make that decision? Do you take the vacation, summer vacation, or do you stop it? Do you get new carpet or do you stop it? Everything stops when there's an emergency. The emergency we have is the waterfront park. It drives the city. I heard the point say that they drove the city. The waterfront is the first thing that drives the city. People come here. I was in Hilton Head for 31 years. People come here for the Henry Chambers Waterfront Park. If they see nothing else, they see that. So the amount of revenue, and you know, God love the people that have businesses down there, but the big picture of whether you're attracting tourists or future residents or whatever is that park. So I can't emphasize enough how, you know, Mr. Trask is finding some thousands of dollars for you, and each of those entities may be good. I'm familiar with the digital corridor and I think they do a good job, but I don't know. We gotta, like I said, if my roof is bad and I gotta change it and I don't have the $40,000 to do it, something's stopping and it's stopping fast. So please, take all this serious and every dime you get, you put it towards the waterfront park. Thank you.
You. Anyone else? Graham?
Mike?
Turn my mic
Oh, I'm glad we can laugh. So property taxes are gonna go up $1.5 million. You made the assertion, and I'm glad you, and I respect and I appreciate that you answered Ms. Lamarcus' question. That makes people feel good. You made the assertion, Alan, that all of that's coming from Beaufort Station. I frankly don't agree with that. Because that makes the assertion that nobody's property taxes are gonna go up, even though the value of the mill has gone up 16%. So I think property taxes are gonna go up, for you and me as property owners in the city of Beaufort, because property taxes are going up $1.5 million. That's stated in their budget. Another $300,000 is coming from a tag fee. As this gentleman here so well articulated, that's a tax. So that's $1.8 million. That's 20%. So our taxes are going up 20%. That's a fact. You need to find cuts. And Ms. Lamarcus' question is a good one. If that money is coming in, why isn't that offsetting property taxes? Not going to answer that one. That should offset property taxes. It's $2 million. Legal fees are a lot. I'm responsible for 3 of those cases. I've never, ever received a request to settle. Not once. No one has ever reached out. Not once. Your legal fees are $400,000. Maybe it's worth a phone call. You have my number. So do you. So do you. You do too. And you do. And I know you do. That gets to the right person in the right seat. And I know why you haven't called. Right there. It makes me upset. I'm going to continue. I spent 3 hours at the Beaufort County offices today listening to the BCEDC. I've never heard so many misrepresentations, and I'll call them lies, in my entire life. You must not give the BCEDC $42,000. It's not a lot, I know. You can't do it. Beaufort County is talking about defunding the Beaufort BCEDC. They may bring it in-house. You can't give him $42,000. That's why he's here. His salary is $200,000, by the way. $200,000. That's more than Scott's salary. I do find it mind-boggling that you can't tell the city manager to cut the budget by $500,000. Mr. Scaletti has tried. He's given a lot of good suggestions. Paul Trask gave a lot of good suggestions. I've just given you some suggestions. One final question, and I also think you should cut the cyber center and the digital corridor. I really do. You've given them enough. They need to be self-sustaining. And then the Marina dock, A and D, is that replacing the docks? Yeah. Okay. So again, in the spirit of the lawsuits, I really do think you just have some challenges with that, and I think you have some challenges with the waterfront. And I would really encourage you to settle your lawsuits. You'll find a lot of money. Thank you very much.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay. All right, did you get enough, Alan, to go back? I mean, specifically, we're looking at what Councilman Scaletti said. You know, looking for the money from the tag fee. I mentioned a couple of things, the $75,000 for the comp plan, staggering the police officers, at least putting a third one back. Looking at the ROW maintenance, you know, we need to look at the contracts, find out what we can do there. If there's any way to save on that. Look at overtime caps and cost accounting for events. If there's a way, I don't know, we need to charge something. We just can't keep doing everything for free. Anything else?
I'm prepared to advance two motions. I guess
Go
if
ahead.
they receive a second and we vote, then good. Yes, ma'am.
There's no motion on the floor to approve the budget at this time or to open the.
We need to make a motion.
Okay.
Okay, do I have a motion to approve the budget? 2026, 2027?
So moved.
I have a
I'll
second.
second.
Okay, now discussion. Councilman Scaletti, you want to make the motion?
I'm prepared to make a motion. I understand that we may need some legal clarification, but I guess that we can work that out. So I would read my motions, and then if they receive a second, we vote on it, great, and I guess if not, then they die. So the first motion is to amend the proposed fiscal year 2027 budget by striking the proposed tag fee from the budget and all related revenue projections, assessments, and implementation assumptions associated with that fee. Further, move to direct staff to research and draft an ordinance consistent with the authority provided under South Carolina Code Section 12-37-235, establishing a fire protection service fee applicable to qualifying tax-exempt properties that receive the benefit of the municipal fire protection services, but do not otherwise contribute through ad valorem taxation toward the operational cost of providing those services. That's it.
Anybody else?
Second.
Okay, we have a second. Any other discussion?
I'm really worried about the legal ramifications on that. Like I said, you could have somebody in there just calling in 10 fire calls, the fire trucks come and you bill I think there's got to be some kind of legal problem with that.
The Attorney General provided his opinion.
Apparently Travelers Rest is already doing it.
And Travelers Rest has been doing it since 23. So, I mean, I'm not saying that your concern's not valid, but I am just saying that
There's some
there's
precedent.
something already in place.
Okay.
I'm very concerned.
Do you want to separate those into two amendments, or are you combining them and to vote on both at the same time?
I guess if you felt more comfortable separating that, and then if we just amend it to strike the tag fee, they could research drafting an ordinance, and if for some reason there was an issue legally, then you could make other alterations in the budget to offset what you were
Well-
hoping to get from the tag fee.
I would feel more comfortable with that because the word research means that, there's
Well-
information needed to.
I
probably
can
make a
definitely
decision.
pull that back and
With all due respect, I think we ought to wait to do the research before we strike the tag fee. I'd like to know what's going to offset it before we strike it.
I think we provided several options for what could.
Well, I would like to hear
And I
from
will
Alan.
I will say one thing too, is in this proposal, there is a $125,000 reduction from what we saw in the last presentation. So we're already halfway there. And with some of the stuff that's been mentioned, even if we can't do this, I think we could pretty carefully say that we have room to make up that difference.
Don't think so.
But we got 75,000 just on the
We
comp
got
plan.
75,000 on the comp plan. That brings it to 200. I think we're okay. I'm good with that, Councilman. If that's what you want me to do, I'll withdraw that
I'll
motion
withdraw my second.
and withdraw my motion. The motion that I will make is to amend the proposed fiscal year 2027 budget by striking the proposed tag fee from the budget and all related revenue projections, assessments, and implementation assumptions associated with that fee.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay. Any other discussion on it?
I'd like to see the tag fee reduced too, but I'd like to know where the money's coming from before we do it. So I mean, I'm sorry, but I can't vote on that amendment. As much as I want that tag fee removed, I need to know where the money's coming from exactly. I'm not in favor of reducing the digital corridor or the South Coast Cyber Center or the Beaufort Economic Development Corporation. I will not vote for that. So I'd like to know where the money's coming from, so I can't vote for it until I do know.
Understood?
We got 200,000 of it already on the table. I think we can find the balance of that. That's only 125,000 more, right?
Yeah, so remind me, so 75,000 has come from the comp plan and
Right.
then the 125, where's that coming from again?
There's a $125,000 difference from what we were proposed recently to what this one reflects.
Right, but that's already reflected now in
That was
recommended
in-
budget.
Where is it at?
Reflected already.
Where?
That's already, all those changes from April are reflected. And here, these amounts here.
No, it was the difference was in the total amount.
That's why I understood it to be reflected in the budget already.
Yeah, these changes here are reflected now in the first reading budget.
No, you essentially reduced the budget by like $250,000 or give or take a little bit, and then you added the $75,000 comprehensive plan study. So, and included an additional $50,000 for the contribution housing repair program. So there was still 125,000 that wasn't accounted for, that was shown a reduction. I don't know where that's at in the budget.
Yeah, those two increases are general fund by 125,000, then we reduced the legal fees by $100,000 for city council, so that shows an increase of 25,000. Then we made some changes with, overall it was savings of our general fund showing $46,000, and then in parks and tourism fund, 78,000. You're probably looking overall budget, right? Yeah, I think so. With all these changes, it was savings of $46,000 in our general fund, and then $78,000 in parks and tourism.
The 120, 100.
Yeah, but those are already reflected now. So I feel like those have already been included. So that's already reflected now. So I feel like we need to get back to that 325,000 from the tag fee. We need to kind of get that down to showing all those savings.
How much is, if we stagger the police officers, every quarter over a period of time, what are we looking at there?
Hard to tell. Zach got to kind of run some numbers, but it probably would save another, say maybe 25 or maybe 40,000 the most, not quite much. Whenever we did stagger these for the 9 months and 6 months, it did save a pretty good amount of money. About $265,000. Well, that's when we took them all out.
Alan, have you also factored in the number of short-term rentals we have and the estimated revenue from that will probably increase by 27,000?
Yeah, that's a good
So
point.
that's another 27,000.
So yeah, so when we budgeted short-term rentals at 242 short-term rentals. We know now we have citywide 269,000. So one thing we're looking at is we could still keep that $1,000 fee, but increase it to 269. Short-term rentals would be 269,000. So that'd be an additional $27,000 in general fund revenue.
I also want to point out on the COPS hiring grant, that is a 5-year window to implement that program. If we don't implement it this year, then we have until next year to begin implementation. So I don't know if you want to factor that into your decision-making or not. That shows, I'm showing on my sheet here, Alan, of $143,000 if we eliminate the cops grant
That's
positions.
about 90,000 of our general fund and 53,000 of Parks and Tourism Fund.
And I'll be honest, I don't want to cut that if we don't have to. I think that there are other less priority, non-essential things that we could reduce that are not related to public safety in that regard. You know, I understand staggering it and I support that, but I wouldn't want to push that off into the next year. I appreciate that being included as an option, but if we could, I think that we could identify some other expenses. But so we have that. You can go back and see what you can work out. Obviously, you've got some suggestions here, but we're not going to figure it out tonight.
Nope.
How about the housing assistance program? Right now, we're funding 150,000. We try to reduce that a little bit or?
Yeah, well, we used ARPA money last time.
Yeah, this is our first year using general fund monies. We've done 150,000 last year, $100,000 this year. And then this will be additional $150,000 next year. But those first two times were just ARPA funds. This is first time we're using general fund monies.
Just so that I'm clear on this, I think I'm remembering it right, but there's no way for us to use a portion of the 15% that we are allowed to from the state accommodations tax for this housing repair program. Is that right?
I have to look back. We've always just done just for
The housing trust, it goes to the
housing
trust.
trust.
I think it's for affordable housing.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
what
it's the
I
housing
remembered, but
trust.
just trying to
Yeah.
make sure I was clear. Okay.
Tied to affordable housing. We had that study done and planned.
I mean, if you can go back and figure out a way that we can get there without hurting our services, you know, I'll support it, you know, amendment next time.
I'd hate to see the housing funds cut because we get matching funds for, we get matching funds from the Beaufort Jasper Housing Trust for that, right?
As long as it
They gave
gets
us
approved by their
100,000.
finance committee and by their board, as long as they approve those matching funds, then yeah, we get a dollar.
Is it
for dollar
100% matching?
No.
He has to seek approval from his board, Councilman. The executive director of that body does, and they have not made that formal decision yet. We anticipate that it probably will be a positive outcome, but we don't know for sure. But what we do have budgeted right now is 150,000, which we hope will be leveraged somehow by state funds.
Yeah. We'll be leaving money on the table if we cut it, so.
Okay, how do we want to go forward on this?
To Ms. Lamarcus' point, talking about things that, putting everything into the waterfront park and not pursuing things that are optional, if you will, for lack of a better word. You know, one of them is the home repair assistance program. Another one would be the Shrimp Fest and Taste of Beaufort festivals, which would net us about $71,000 at your estimate, Alan, if we do not put those events on. So I'm just taking a look around at things that we don't absolutely have to do. And there are things that we have in the budget, like the COPS grant that we haven't had before, that clearly we can continue to survive without, though clearly I would prefer not to, but I'm just presenting you different options for how you would get to where you wanted to get to.
Okay. So anyone want to make a motion?
There's already a motion on the floor, I believe.
Yep. That motion to strike the tag fee's already been done.
Okay.
So we could, but
But there's
I
no
do have
vote
another
on it.
motion. If,
You
but if we want to vote on that one, is that?
Yeah, let's go ahead
Yeah.
and vote on tax.
Yeah.
Let's do one at a time.
Yep.
Any other discussion before we vote? Hearing none, all in favor of the amendment as presented by Councilman Scaledi, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Not until I know where the money's coming from.
Mayor, can we have a roll call vote so the clerk is very clear?
Okay. Councilman Mitchell?
Aye.
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 Nay. I will vote aye on it once I know where the funds are coming from, but until then, I can't do it.
Out of your pay.
They're in trouble.
Okay, now to the original motion. Oh, you have another motion.
I do have another
Okay.
one. So I guess I could do this one of two ways. The way I have the motion drafted is it would essentially commit $2,048,175 to the waterfront park from TIF expenditures. I feel comfortable with that based on the state language, but I know that we're going to get clarification from Ben on what the nuances are there. The other way, I guess we could do this is we can recommit the 1.8 million that is currently being set aside for the Fire Station 1 renovations and the land acquisition, because those are already outside of the geographically defined area. And so those would need to work around the nuances of the district anyway. So I'm comfortable either way, but I, again, don't even know if this motion would get support. So if you guys want to talk about that, or would you just rather me make the motion?
What about your original motion was regarding the service fee?
So the original one was service fee. This one would be for the TIF expenditures. And it would recommit the 173,000 for IT switch upgrades, 45,000 for City Hall lighting upgrades, 30,000 for City Hall safety camera upgrades, 800,000 for Fire Station 1 renovations, and 1 million for City Hall parking land acquisition. That totals the 2 million. Or if there wasn't support for that, we could just allocate the 1.8 million, which is for the City Hall parking land acquisition and the Fire Station renovations, and commit 1.8 million to fund waterfront redevelopment.
What are we keeping in the TIF two?
That would exhaust, because what would be kept in there is the roof for City Hall, the roof for the police department, the $150,000 upfit for the police department, and
250,000 for South Carolina First Volunteers Park.
that's it, 250 for the South Carolina First Volunteer Park. And the reason for that is because that's what we had talked about that in 26 and had kind of committed to that. And then we had our discussion in January of this year. And we did talk about some of these things as well. So that's worthy of note. And Scott, I appreciate you reminding me of that. However, the way that I interpreted our conversation was that we were all pretty clear that what the capital projects that we have going now, we are committed to, and it is prudent of us to finish those and get those across the finish line. But with the waterfront park in front of us, our plate is full. So
Okay, so the amendment is the 1.8, or you have an either or?
either or, it could either be 2 million or 1.8.
Okay, we need a second.
Which one would you guys feel more comfortable with?
Do you have a recommendation or a comment on that, Alan? Which one, the 1.8 or the 2 mil?
I would just say for the Fire Station 1 renovations, I know Chief is here. He could probably speak a little more on that importance of that project.
Chief, could you comment?
I can speak to it very briefly, and you can expand on it if you'd like, Chief, but that fire station absolutely needs to be renovated because we have a ladder truck now that will not fit in it. And so it's going to have to be raised, whether we enter into a joint project with the county to embed an EMS unit there and renovate the facility with that in mind and raise the bay, or just raise the bay on our own. If that project doesn't go through, that project has to be done. It's not optional.
And also it has leaking roofs, leaking windows. We have, deferred maintenance issues that we prolonged last year. in hopes of getting this co-location project pushed through. So we didn't spend any money on it. So taking it out of TIF two may be fine, but we're still gonna have expenses that we need, that will then need to come out of the general fund to provide those renovations out this year. So I don't see where that would really solve a problem without creating another problem in the budget.
Josh, does that change your amendment at all?
Maybe, give me 1 second.
I know there's a difference of opinion on whether there's a parking issue or not around City Hall. Just depends on what day you come here, what time of day. Many times I can't find a space at City Hall when I go out for appointments during the day and I come back, I have to park in the 303 parking lot. So we do have parking issues here. We also have a Homeland Security study that I will point out once again that was accomplished that told us we need to remove these parking spaces from right behind this building because it presents a hazard to our personnel. And so those are some of the reasons why we talked about this in our strategic planning session. And we talked about the use of TIF two funds for that because they are able to be used because this is in the TIF two district, Councilman. The fire station is
That land
slightly out of it,
acquisition.
but this is in the TIF two district, the municipal complex. And so it would benefit directly the municipal complex. So that particular piece of property may be just outside of it, but it would become part of the municipal complex. So I think we're on safe footing to use it for that. And there are very few uses we have for the TIF two funds. I'm not sure I'm comfortable, and we'll get a legal opinion, but I don't see the direct benefit of using TIF two funds in the park. I don't know how that would directly benefit the TIF two district. We can spend it on the fire station. The fire station responds to calls in the TIF two district. That's fine. We can spend it on the municipal parking lot because the municipal complex is within the TIF two district. And so those are the reasons why we put those in there. You guys are the decision makers. We will execute whatever you would like to do, but I just wanted to remind you of those two things.
So again, fire stations outside of it, so whatever nuances would have to be navigated regardless. If that was which it sounds like that's priority. I could make the amendment for 1.2 million, which would essentially be the parking land acquisition, $30,000 for safety camera upgrades, 45,000 for city hall lighting, and 173 for the IT switch upgrades. And correct me if I'm wrong, Scott, that Homeland Security, I haven't seen that study. That is a requirement that they made, or that's a recommendation?
That's a recommendation that they made.
Recommendation.
They can't require anything of us. They don't have specific jurisdiction over us, but that's a recommendation made on their expert opinion after they assess the physical grounds.
Okay, got it. And yes, please, if you could send that to me. So if that was the case, then the fire station would still be potentially funded through this, given that we had specific findings to support using it outside of the TIF district. And the other commitments that we had made would also be funded in that. And that would mean that we would essentially commit 1.248175 to the waterfront development.
Would you say 1.2875?
1.248175.
I think the cleanest way to accomplish this would be to introduce the amendment and specify exactly which line items you would like to remove from the.
Oh,
TIF
yeah, no, yeah, sure will.
But which, did you go ahead and make the motion?
I can.
Second number two?
Yep.
Yeah.
So I'd like to make a motion to amend the proposed fiscal year 2027 budget by reallocating certain tax increment financing expenditures currently designated for administrative facility upgrades and land acquisition to the Waterfront Park redevelopment project. Specifically, the amendment would remove the following proposed TIF expenditures: $173,175 for IT switch upgrades at City Hall and the Police Department Court Complex, $45,000 for City Hall lighting upgrades, $30,000 for City Hall safety camera upgrades, and $1 million for City Hall parking land acquisition and design. The total reallocated amount would be $1,248,175.
Okay, we got a motion, an amendment. We have a second. I'll second for conversation. Have any comments, discussion?
We will have to find the money to upgrade those IT switches from somewhere. Those are items that have a specific service life on them that are going out of service and will have to be replaced.
Is there an opportunity to delay it for?
Probably not for an entire year. I would have to check with Charles to see what the maximum shelf life is.
And I'll just say this, and I know that we're working on this, but up here, I know for me, it would be helpful to know some of these that are, why they're priorities. Because I see, roof, and I see 150,000 for upfits to buildings, but I don't generally see an attached study of some kind that indicated exactly why that's needed, when it's needed, if there's a service life, when that service life expires, and that would be helpful in the decision-making process to know those things.
Councilman, with all due respect, we have a series of budget workshops that lead up to first reading. And those are all opportunities to ask those questions and dive deep into those things and have us be able to get you that detailed information that you need. So we can still do that for you, but I'm just pointing out we have a process in place that accounts for that. Somehow we get to first reading, however, and we have a lot of questions.
Sure, let's build into the process that we introduce those things as the discussion's there, so that we have the material as we're discussing whether or not that's going to become an item that we fund.
Can we request that staff go back and look? If we're going to take the tag fee off the table, and I think there's 4 votes that want to do that, find the money somewhere in that budget.
We certainly will take a look at that, Mayor.
Okay.
And we can come forward upon second reading and make suggestions to you for where those cuts may occur to account for that $325,000 in lost revenue.
Yeah. Because, I can't vote for a tag fee.
We've already had that amendment and it's been, the tag fee's gone.
Yep. So we got to find the money to cover it. So if you can look back, 75,000 is on the table already with the comp plan.
Right, yeah, we
So-
got that, we got the increase of short-term rentals, 27,000.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can probably push back the cops hiring grant till March, may save maybe 20, 25, 30,000 maybe at the most.
You can also revert back to the same funding level you had for home repair assistance program that you had last year.
Well, I'd like between now and second reading to find out where they are on that, what they could match us. They may not be able to tell us.
They may not by then, no.
I know last year they gave us 100,000.
Yeah, I don't know if that really should be the deciding factor. That's up to you guys as to whether you put money in that program or not, because even if funds do not get matched, they will be used.
Okay.
So the motion that's been seconded in regards to the TIF, we want to, is there further discussion on that, or we want to call a vote?
Further discussion? Hearing none. We're going to vote for it. All in favor of the amendment to remove $1,248,175 in TIF2 monies in this budget
For the waterfront park.
for the waterfront park? All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Nay.
Mayor, just want to point out, if we get a legal decision that basically advises us we can't use it for that, then that amendment will need to be undone at the next reading. So we'll find out for you.
Yeah.
Add your other amendment. Nay.
That was the only ones I
Yeah.
had.
Let's start over.
Aye.
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 Nay.
Aye. You had 4 ayes and 1 nay. Do you, or do you,
Your Travelers Restaurant,
so do you guys want a motion to direct staff, or do you just, or are you guys just gonna go research
Yeah,
that
just
and
research
come
it.
back to us?
Yeah,
Okay.
you don't need a motion for that.
Okay, now we have 2 amended motions on the table. Are there any other amendments? Okay, hearing none. Going back to the original motion, all in favor of approving this budget, signify by saying, as amended, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. You got them all?
Is that the entirety of the amendments? You-
2 of them that I know of.
Those are the only amendments? Okay.
Okay, let's see what we got next here.
All right, so just to be clear, Mayor and Council, we will make these changes, these amendments, and then we will look at the budget and come up with some different scenarios for you to consider for amendments to make up for the $325,000 in lost revenue.
Sounds good. Okay, thank you, Alan. Next, we have a request for co-sponsorship of Whitehall Park by Ladies Island Middle School, Beaufort County School District to host their end of the year faculty and staff celebration on Tuesday, June 2nd, 2026, from 4 p.m. to 8 p.m.
So moved.
Do I have a second? A second?
I made the
Second.
motion.
I'm sorry.
A second.
Okay, motion is second. Any discussion?
Yes, I've got a little problem with this. I guess you're gonna call me Mr. Nay today. I'm very much in support of y'all letting groups use the park, but this is not a nonprofit. Usually, we're setting a precedent here. We usually do nonprofits.
So it's a public
It's a public
nonprofit.
school, but it is
Public schools are nonprofit.
would it be considered nonprofit?
Yeah, they're nonprofit.
It's like a government entity.
Yeah.
They're all nonprofit.
Okay, but I've just never, we've never allowed a school to use the parks like that before that I know of for end of the year.
National
We have
Teacher Week.
graduations.
I know it's National Teacher Week and I support the teachers. It's just that I also feel that we're giving away our parks, like, the use of them.
That's what we have them for.
So, anyway, that's just my opinion.
Sarah, since you're up there, you want to go ahead and tell us what they want to do?
Good evening,
they
Mayor and
asking for?
Council. The Lady Island Middle School is requesting co-sponsorship for Whitehall Park for a end of the year staff celebration for the faculty and the staff.
No issue here.
I think the issue was that it's not open to the public. It's just a closed thing. I think that was what was originally.
That's part of it.
It's a closed function.
Closed function, and so I think that's where Councilman Lipsitz was coming from.
Yes,
Okay.
thank you.
But we would do that for other nonprofits,
Usually they have them open to the public.
even the other nonprofits do?
I think they do.
Yeah, ordinarily, it's nonprofits who have an event that are open to the entire public.
Okay.
This particular event is an event that is an end-of-year party for staff and faculty only. And it's not an event for the kids, and they would want to have exclusive use of the park, from my understanding. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
For 4 hours?
What is our co-sponsorship cost?
So co-sponsorship For the pavilion for a 4-hour block will be $350 and a refundable security deposit of $500. Yeah, they do still have to pay that refundable security deposit. So it will be a total of $350.
So they are paying $350.
They pay the deposit and then they get that back as long as there's.
Okay. I think going back to what I mentioned earlier, I think we need to start looking at these events and all that, and, you know, we're giving a lot of stuff away, and we've got to look at somehow recouping some monies because of wear and tear and all that. I don't know, that's something we'll let y'all think up, bring to us. All right, well, we have a motion on the floor. Any more discussion on it? Hearing none, all in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
I don't want teachers mad at me.
We'll give you a failing grade.
It really is a lot.
Okay, item C is the ordinance. I think this refers to the tag fee or the road use fee. So since we voted to eliminate it, that's,
Given your action on the budget, I would recommend to council that someone make a motion to withdraw this ordinance.
okay, I can't make a motion.
I will make a motion to withdraw ordinance, Government and Administration, Chapter 5, Financial Administration, to add Section 1-5024, Road Use Fee.
Second. Second?
Second, okay. Any discussion?
No.
Hearing none, all in favor, signify by saying aye.
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 I think it's all ayes. Okay, next is an ordinance to approve the sale of city-owned property at 2153 Boundary Street. This is first reading.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion is second. Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Good evening again, Mayor and Council. This is for the sale of the old Cafino's lot on Boundary Street, 2153 Boundary Street. You're being asked to consider an ordinance that would approve a purchase and sale agreement with Lighthouse Properties LLC. This is a 0.54 acre lot, so about a half acre. They are offering a purchase price of $390,000. The last appraisal we received on it was in June of 2025 when it appraised for $260,000. Under the terms of the agreement, the purchaser will provide $5,000 in earnest money upon execution, with the balance due at closing. The agreement provides the purchaser with a feasibility period and a subsequent permitting period during which the purchaser may evaluate the suitability of the property for its intended development and obtain necessary approvals. Closing needs to occur within 30 days of the following: the permitting deadline or issuance of a building permit, whichever occurs sooner. The agreement also outlines standard provisions related to title conveyance, allocation of closing costs, prorations, and default remedies. Any questions?
Any questions for?
No.
Amen. Okay. All right. All in favor of the ordinance to approve the sale of this property, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay. All of them. Thank you, Scott. Okay, next, appointments to boards, commissions, and committees, the Downtown Advisory Board. I don't know if we need a motion or do we?
Yeah. I'd like to submit recommendation for Downtown Advisory Board members. This will only be a partial of the fill of the list. We still have some additional interviews to do on it, but we would like to present 5 nominees for placement on the Downtown Advisory Board, those being Kevin Kupia, Jared Madison, George Ehlert, Chris Ram, and Peggy Simmer.
Second.
Hang on a second. All in favor of this, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, they are appointed. And when are we going to have interviews, Tracy, for the? Okay. All right. Next to reports, city manager's report.
As soon as I find my notes, Mayor. Pretty scattered over here right now. Mayor, I think we need to get you some new shoes after tonight. We had so many proclamations. We were counting your steps and you got a lot of steps in tonight, so
I've worn the soles out.
good on you. I want to say thank you to the staff and other volunteers for their time and efforts into making the Taste of Beaufort a successful event in spite of it being soggy. I think that people who attended still had a great time. We are right in the middle of National Police Week, which is May 11 through 18, and that should give us all pause to recognize the men and women of the City of Beaufort Police Department who serve our community each day with professionalism, courage, and compassion. We are very grateful for their service and their dedication. I'd also like to take a moment to recognize City of Beaufort employees who recently graduated from Leadership Beaufort. Volunteer firefighter Derek Washington, downtown manager and Main Street Beaufort director Sarah Sutton, and planner 3 Christopher Clement are now official alumni of this prestigious program. I'm happy to report that Danielle Logan, I know you know her as Danielle Cobb, but she's actually Danielle Logan now. She just recently got married. She will join our staff next week as our new public information officer. And just a reminder to all that there is a quarterly capital projects update meeting next Tuesday, May 19th at 5 p.m. right here at City Hall. And to stay up to date on happenings and events in and around City Hall, please check out the City Manager's Bridge Report, which is published weekly every Monday. Any questions?
Questions for City Manager? Okay, thank you, Scott. For the mayor's report, I've attended the usual meetings, Soloco, NERPIC, and Beaufort County Economic Development Corporation. Did want to mention, I attended the opening of Beaufort on the Brink of Revolution. This is an immersive theater show that they have at the Beaufort History Museum. If you haven't seen it, please go by and check it out. It's only about 12 to 14 minutes long, but it's very well done. Also participated in Towns and Tune filming. We had Mayor Pomeroy from Happy Valley, Goose Bay, Newfoundland, Labrador. I guess that's how it covers the territory there in Canada, who came down, excuse me, they filmed in Beaufort. This is a cooperative thing between a Canadian broadcasting company and SCE-TV. They filmed Beaufort all week long, and then they had an interview with me and Mayor Pomeroy, and it resulted in an ending with a show on Saturday night with some bands playing, and it went very well. They want to reciprocate. They want 2 people from the city to go up to Canada in August to see their town and exchange some cultural stuff there. So I personally can't make it. I've got a conflict at that time, so I won't be going. But Scott, I believe you.
We have to provide them the names, Mayor, by Thursday, so we need to
Thursday?
have a conversation about that.
Okay. And then I also attended the HBF showcasing of 1101 Green Street, the Dunlap, I think it's the Dunlap House. Dunbar, okay, yeah. And what they're getting ready to do in that house, it's really amazing that it was built with scrap material from around the city on that. But I'm glad they bought it and they're going to stabilize it and either make it their offices or flip it eventually to a house. So that's my report, and I'll start on my right with Councilman Mitchell.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So along with Neil, I attended the Taste of Beaufort opening, I guess, ceremony when it was wet. And then the next day I attended the Taste of the Community at Washington Street Park, and it was wetter. But and I'd only planned to stay an hour, and then I was going to go over to Waterfront Park, but each presentation was so much fun that I ended up staying at Washington Street Park the whole day in the rain. But it was really fun, and the band from ensemble, I guess it's called, from Beaufort High, those young persons were really good, like Mr. Blackman said. Yeah, also want to thank the Point neighborhood for inviting Kelly and me to their spring picnic. It's always good to be over there with those folks, especially since the STR discussions. It was nice to have some fun and break bread together. Would like to also make you aware that the sign, or the marker, I should say, that's in front of the First South Carolina Volunteers of African Descent marker that's in front of the National Cemetery now. We met with the HBF board, Lisa Sundry, Dr. McCardle, Dr. Wise. I don't know that those, well, Dr. Wise or McCardle is on the board, but also Bob Montgomery. We had put it, we, the First South Carolina Volunteer Corps Group, had put a request in to have that marker moved to the site of the First South Carolina Volunteer Park. And I'm happy to say that we gained consensus, and on Memorial Day, after the events at the National Cemetery, Reverend Spain, who is commander of the Grand Army of the Republic of Hall, has allowed me to make some brief remarks to ask folks to transition from the National Cemetery to the First South Park site. And we'll do some sort of a unveiling, like relocation comments there, just to add attention to the work that's ongoing to bring that park to fruition. Let's see. So I have a brief, just 6-line prepared remarks, because I want to make sure I say this right. It's regarding to the Robert Small statue that the groundbreaking will be taking place at the on the grounds of the state capitol tomorrow morning. So the ceremonial groundbreaking for the Robert Smalls Monument at the state capitol in Columbia is tomorrow, Wednesday, May 13th at 9:30 a.m. The monument will be placed in the northeast section of the State House near the visitor entrance. As a proud Beaufortonian and Robert Smalls High School graduate, I invite you to join me in thanking the Robert Smalls Monument Commission and our state legislature for honoring General Robert Smalls and his historic military and public service. Thank you.
Will you be there? Will you be there?
No, I've got to adopt this.
Councilman McPhee?
No, in deference of time, I forego.
Okay. Councilman Scaletti?
And I'll only mention one thing. First of all, I just want to thank everybody who was here tonight, who made comments, was a part of our budget process. And then the only thing that I'll mention in regards to what I look forward to is an invitation that we all received, and I'm not sure how I was the fortunate one to get it, but as soon as the mayor sent this over, I responded to his email. It was an invitation to participate in the American Flood Coalition meeting in Washington, D.C. This month, the 18th through the 20th, and I'm not sure exactly what to expect, but I hope for the opportunity to meet senators and congressional district representatives and hopefully advocate for funding for the waterfront park, and just further stress the priority of that to them. I'm excited about this trip because my wife gets to travel with me. I don't know that she is super excited about the Flood Coalition meeting, but that's okay because her family lives there, so she can take a break and visit her family as well. But I'm just excited for the chance for us to be able to go to one of these events together, so we're looking forward to that. Thanks.
Okay, Councilman
Okay,
Hudson.
a little bit here. First of all, thank you, Linda and Jennifer, and Sarah. Great Taste of Beaufort. Even though it rained out, not rained out, but it rained, it was wetter. So anyway, it was a taste of Beaufort in all ways, even the weather. So thank you for all you did. I also attended a number of the functions that y'all did. The Point was there along with the mayor, and anyway, it was great. What's that?
Jared, he was there.
Oh, yeah, Jared was there too, over here. Okay, and then special thank you again to BMH. I really appreciate the nurses, hospital, and everything. I mean, they recently, some procedures I had done there, and took very, very good care of me. So just a special thank you to them. And Townsend Tune, I went to they had a jazz fest over in Port Royal the night before, or a jam fest, I'm sorry, a jam fest, where the PI band and some performers from up there at Labrador, Newfoundland Labrador, they all performed there. And then I also attended the following day with Mayor Cromer and Councilman Scaletti over at Stoneworks for the Songwriter Circle. Oh, you weren't there, that's right. You were invisible. But our city manager, Scott, and assistant Eric was there. So anyway, great job and everything, and one way or another, I'm going to go to Newfoundland. I hope to anyway. I hope y'all allow me to go up there, be one of the ones. I talked to the mayor for quite a while on that Friday before. We spent about an hour and a half together, really got to know each other a little bit. But anyway, stop running my mouth here, and pursuant to Title 30, Chapter 4, Section 70A2 of the South Carolina Code of Law, received legal advice regarding current and pending litigation, and pursuant to Title 30, Chapter 4, Section 70A1 of the South Carolina Code of Law, discussion regarding personnel appointed by City Council. Make a motion, we go into executive session.
We got a second. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, we are now in executive session.